Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is January the 4th, 2024 on the ancient moon calendar and 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as written and stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, universal court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices and Egosum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is like Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient, Islamic Muslim Empire State for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Colombia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, and titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do hereby possess in our custody all lands, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. And we hereby exercise and demonstrate all eternal, ancient, sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. The principles that we share are not just our opinion, they are the law. We have removed all dead actors from our minds, thereby freeing ourselves from presumed foreign bondage and enacted psychological operations. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, these laws and processes that we share are principles of stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land long established in sovereign order, erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancient ancestors have given us to share with the nations, the governments, the tribes, the clans, the states, the individuals at Earth. For this, we are grateful. Islam. So just one moment, let me okay, Islam. We are going to open those who wish to make statements can do so. There was an imposter in the chat, but we put them out. Let's continue to do that. They want to block this energy so bad, but they can't. Islam. And that, yeah, that's not, okay. With that being stated, I have a question for this Congress to think about, so that, and this question is actually going to elevate our thinking in terms of what happens next. Okay. What would you do if the internet stopped working for 90 days? What would you do if the internet stopped working for 90 days? This praise and joy. How would you move forward, Islam nobility?
By mail.
Islam, and some say read. How would you move forward in stating who you are and proclaiming and claiming all that is yours?
That not going to stop Annie Mae from getting evicted. Annie Mae's still going to get evicted.
Islam nobility.
I got the thumb drive of Taj.
Islam.
I'll be studying.
Islam.
I got that thumb drive.
Islam. We have one from a long time ago, but we
Who's going to step up and help Annie Mae when she gets up?
Islam.
Empress Shasha, and then Empress Cynthia.
Okay. Well, you know, I would read, go outside. Well, I do all of these things anyway, but we go back to the way we used to do things.
Yeah.
The world doesn't stop because the internet isn't there. I think maybe there would be more connection right where I am.
Yeah.
But everything would keep ticking. Put things in the mail, read more. I mean, those types of things would be more on the ground.
Yes.
Connecting in the flesh, live, sort of. But
yes,
it wouldn't change that much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Islam. Anyone else? What would you do?
Islam,
Empress Cynthia.
First of all, I have made a pledge to myself that I will always live in the moment. But, you know, knowing there are things I have to get done, I feel that I have everything that I need. And I can get the paperwork done and all that. And if I have to, I can drive in somewhere and drop off documents and whatever the ancestors send me in order to be able to get what I need to get done. But making sure that I'm prepared, because being prepared, then when the opportunity comes up, I'm ready. Yeah. So I guess that's what I would spend my time do, just like everyone else, studying and then making sure that I get everything in order for the goal that I'm going after, and then looking for opportunities to get what I need out into the public or whatever the task is. So that's what I would be doing. Islam. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, Empress. Islam's nobility.
I would do some inner healing. Heal my mind first. Heal my inner spirit. Connect my chi. Yeah. Connect to the universe. Intune my ancestors. Connect to my ancestors. And move forward from there. Trying to connect to people energy-wise.
Yes.
Confirmation. Ashe.
Beautiful. Islam. Empress.
The internet wouldn't stop the progress of the system, because the system, you know, was there before the internet was there. But then technically, we always had the Ethernet, and the Ethernet is what we've always operated on and with. And so the Ethernet that we created would always still be there, which i.e. the system.
Yeah.
So nothing we would be needing to concern ourselves with. We just got to just tap in. Yeah. This one.
Oh, dear. I see something in the chat, and I'm thinking, that's a wrap already. That's been done. Someone said, wait for the cabal to fall. They've already fallen. You just have to let them go. You let them go, because that's already a wrap. That's a wrap. It's done already. Yes, create. Empress said, I like what Empress Ciasia said. That she said that she would continue making IDs and assisting others around her with nationality. That is our plan as well. That's our plan as well. And here's the thing. This is the reason we asked this question is we would encourage you to go ahead and do that now. Start working on that plan right now. The internet is not going anywhere until we say that it's going somewhere, and it belongs to us anyway. So Islam. So Empress Aisha, did you want to say something?
Yes.
Islam, Empress.
I just wanted to mention there's if you Google the 72 names of God, it really applies to our physical being here on earth, and it's a lot of beautiful information there to work with. So, it's just a kind of suggestion if you want to print that. If the Moors would like to print that out ahead of time, it's really something. It's beautiful. It's a lot of information there.
About us.
Yes. And how we're supposed to live as opposed to sometimes how we live.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Islam, can you say that again? Where did she say that was?
The 72 names of God. You can Google it.
Yes, indeed. Ooh.
Beautiful information there.
Yes, indeed. Just something to think about in terms of movement. Not that it's going to happen, but we've been spending, for the last 7 years, we've been spending a lot of time in front of our computers, which is good. It was necessary. This civil year, and when I say civil, again, we know we're not citizens and subjects. We know that. But this year of 2024 is the year. This is the year of the open door for us. We have done the head first activity, and now it is possession time for us. Some people did not want to wait until the head first part was done. We had to think it through first on how everything was going to work first, and then write it out, make it plain, so that he that reads it can run with it. Write the vision, make it plain, so that anyone who looks at it can know what to do. That was how the ancestors meant for us to do things. The same way we came onto this plane, head first. And some didn't want to wait. They were thinking it's taking too long, or it doesn't work, or any of that stuff. We had to show competence, demonstrate competence, because we're competent. We just had to demonstrate competence. So, not that the internet is going anywhere, but begin to start structuring things that you do in a way that expresses what we just stated, the things we just stated. Assisting others, start connecting with people at your territory, no matter who they are. my specific connection and interest is going to be the heirs, but we're not ignoring anyone else because everyone.
Who's going to assist Aisha when?
Everyone must be under their own vine and fig tree. Their vine and fig tree is the tree that we created for everyone. Everyone that's here on our land. And so
you should just lost possession.
That's a good one. Hold nationality sign-up parties in the yard. That's a good one too. However, the Spirit leads you to do that. We are, as we go out, just to wherever we go, we're starting to see Moors who don't know they're Moors yet, but they're ready to get out and do things in terms of socializing. They have some what they call cabin fever. They're tired of being indoors, and so they're ready to be out. And so it's going to be incumbent upon us to witness to them about who they are. I'm still talking to the ancestors and going within and speaking to the ancestors about the most effective ways to do that. The most effective ways to do that. Just a moment. And I know that the ancestors, they always have the answer. They never leave us without an answer. Never. So, with that being stated, just something to think about. This is not a spell. We ask for the purpose of thinking and discussion. So let's move on. As we continue to proclaim our everything that has to do with us, the U.S. bankruptcy documents are going to be useful during this time. Yes, we've downloaded everything onto our computers. We have all of our congresses and things of that nature. And those who can download the congresses, we would encourage you to do so. We see that everything that we stated is happening and has happened. Everything that we stated has happened. And so now is the time to do all. The ancestors are showing us the final steps. For example, with what's on the screen, let me share my screen really quickly. Regarding conveyances and insurance on conveyances. So as we claim our conveyances, they must be insured. We have our driver's license in place, right? Our federal driver's license that we've created, that the system recognizes, because all we did was restate a previous driver's license. That's all we did. The enacted driver's license. We just restated it. Ours looks very similar to it, except it has the proper person on there, the proper person. And so really quickly, automobile insurance bond for all states. I want to thank our brother Isaiah for a video he did early this morning. It was about 6 something in the morning as I was watching this video that he put out that had this on it. He has a lot of great information, and we just restate everything that we see. So he made a really good point. Our brother Isaiah made a really good point in that he stated that all that was ever asked for was not insurance, but proof of insurance. That's what they say, proof of insurance. Prove that you have insurance. Prove that you're insured. Well, the proof is in the documentation. The proof is on the paper. We've always been insured by the Treasury, by the land, because we are the land. We are the Treasury. We've always been insured, always. We did not know that, though. So let's take a look real quickly at this document for restatement, because we don't use their documents. What we do is just restate. Just one moment. We restate all documents, everything that's out there. We restate it. This is what's interesting about that. We have been saying, let's create our own bonds, right? We've been saying, let's create our bonds. The language on this is the bond language. Let's look at this really quickly, because this is really good. And this is why we restate everything. Financial responsibility surety bond. This is proof of insurance, except it has to be restated. Know all persons by these presents, whereas it is provided in the, then he chose Missouri because that is the territory that he's at. But this can be restated for all states and all conveyances because we are the state. It says, whereas it is provided in the Missouri Financial Responsibility Law that a surety bond will be accepted as proof of financial responsibility. What have we been doing? We've been creating our own bonds. This is how we know that that everything that we do is inspired. Yes, thank you for that. Yes, the link to it, I'll put that in the chat. Just one moment. Here's the link to this document so that you can look at it. But all it says is, therefore we, as principal and so-and-so, a corporation organized under the laws of, having its principal office at, as surety are held and firmly bound unto the state of Missouri. And again, this is why we restate it, because we're not bound to the state of Missouri. We're bound, we have bound Missouri or the land to us. Not the state of, but the land itself. And the land is Missouri. It's not state of Missouri. It's not Missouri Corporation. It's not any of that, okay? And we don't, therefore, we take the word penal out. And we say in the credited sum of. Lawful, and they even use the word lawful money. And we would change this to for the United States to be paid to Missouri for the benefit of any person who shall recover a judgment by the principal for damages arising out of an accident for which payment well and truly to be made, we hereby jointly and severally bind ourselves, our and each of our heirs, executors, and administrators, successors, and assigns jointly and severally by these presents. This is the bond language for the bonds we created. So we create the sovereign bond, and then wherever you are, and let's go ahead, I'll go ahead and start showing what restatement of this document looks like. For example, what we would do is restate it in blue. But let's first give it a proper name. This says financial. So here's what we would do first. We would take the words department of off, because that's not, we're not a part of, we're not a department. Department means it's sort of like the dearly departed. We're not that. We're Missouri. And then we would change this word and put it in red or blue. Red or blue. If you're at Washington, so we would say here for us, Washington. Washington Revenue. This word right here is so important. It's in the scriptures even, where the Biblio says, pay unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, comma, if revenue, then revenue. That's what it says in the Biblios, in the Bible. So you don't pay Caesar if you've revenued properly. And what we just did right here is revenuing. In other words, state of Missouri is not the venue. The venue is wherever you are. Yes, Empress. The Empress Yamaya says, could the state be in red and the rest in blue? I would encourage that. Absolutely, yes. So here, let's go ahead and do that as well. Either way is fine, but let's put it in red. And then we may even choose to take this re off if we choose to. The word revenue is a good word. I like that word because it indicates abundance. The Washington Venue Financial Responsibility Surety Bond. And then take the word form off and put the word affidavit in blue, or affidavit format in blue right here. And we spell format differently because it doesn't mean the same thing. So this is how we begin to restate this form, okay, to actually make it valid, because right now it's not valid, okay? Islam nobility.
I have a question about on the around the text, because when something's in a box, it kind of takes it off the paper. Will we leave that or take
Which
that?
Box? You can remove the box. However, let me say this about boxes. When it's in a different venue, the box means what that venue says it means. So because it's in our courts, and you have an affidavit of, see, this is why the fiduciary affidavit is so important, because the fiduciary affidavit says that any signs, sigils, sounds, anything written means what we say it means. That's what the fiduciary, and see, you would not send this document without an affidavit, a fiduciary affidavit going with it. And that way, a box will mean whatever you say it means. A box can mean whatever. You can look in the dictionary, find the word box, and then restate the definition of a box. Because, see, for us, all documents are living documents. So a box is not a casket for us. It's a treasure box for us. That's where our treasure, we put treasures in a box, if we say that that's what it means. Or you can if you feel better about it, if it, then you can always take it and remove it. That's the beauty of being being the government, self-governing. That's the beauty of being the state and being the law, is we can do whatever we choose with our things. Okay? We make everything out there valid by how we use it and how we state it. Okay? And so then we would go ahead. This is specific to persons because we're talking about commerce. And we own all persons when it comes to commerce. We're not a person. We own all persons. And this says, know all persons by these presents. It's not a representative, it's a presentment. So, and then even the venue in this form, this is why we have to change these forms, because the form changes venues again right here where it says, whereas it is provided in the Missouri Financial Responsibility Law. They didn't say state of Missouri. This doesn't say state of Missouri. It says in the Missouri Financial Responsibility Law. That changed the venue even from what they were saying at the top, Department of Missouri Revenue or whatever, Missouri Department of Revenue. That's a different venue than this venue. And so then what we would do is say, we would put it in blue, that it's Washington or wherever you are, because you are the governor for your state. So we will put Washington Financial Responsibility Law, that a surety bond will be accepted as proof of financial responsibility. So for those, and this is only a one-page document. It's a one-page document. Now, let me say something about, because you do, and if you'll notice, they put the law in blue. They did this. I didn't do this. They did this. Or, the system did this. When I say they, I mean a system, not people. A system did this. The system that produces these documents. So you want to go through word for word and put whatever is necessary. Take out state of. See, this is going to move responsibility, and it won't really move it. It's going to state that the responsibility is on the land and not in a corporation. See, that's the thing about evictions and tickets and anything that has to do with the law. It depends on where you say you are. Where is your domicile located? This is not a state. Jefferson City, Mo, is not a state. That's not a state. It's not. And what is P.O. box? Does that stand for Poor Orphan Box? What does that mean? So you literally allocate or change the location of where you are and who has authority, and by changing location, you are changing jurisdiction. That is why the address is so important. Well, now you've just changed where it is. Now let's keep changing it, because you still haven't taken it all the way out. Now you can keep, see, this is the thing about zip codes. Even about zip codes. When you state, just a moment. When you spell the name out all the way, you can use a zip code if you want to use a zip code. because it's going to still be a different place than Mo, Jefferson City Mo, or Seattle WA. Those places don't exist. Or NY, New York, or FLA for Florida. Those places don't exist. You spell it all the way out, and then you can use a zip code or not use a zip code. It's up to you. This is a different place. Let's make it even more different. Just a moment. Let me take that and make it a little smaller. This is so important because, see, when it comes to things like evictions and tickets and things like that, you have to state where you are. Because where you are on the land, no one can come and take your property. No one can give you a ticket on your own land that you cannot properly rebut. Okay? And when I say that you cannot properly rebut, corpses are not on our land. We're on our land, and we self-govern our land. We're the police on our land. We're the sheriff on our land. Why do you think it is that sheriffs were the ones, quote unquote, sheriffs were the ones acting as eviction officers? Because they were pretending to be the land, the county, the land. So that was a hint to us to get back on, to make sure that we state that we're on the land as you're rebutting things. Here it says authorized representative. We don't even work. We don't represent anything. We present. Because who gave the authorization? We did. We did. And then we don't swear. We affirm. So we don't have to subscribe. Because a scribe or a vizier, that's what a scribe is. A scribe is a judge that writes the law. So you can scribe and affirm. And what they do is they put the day, they'll say the first day of 2023, the year, whatever. We just switch that around because that's not even competent. The year comes first, which is 2024, and then the month, and then the day. The year, the month, and the day. And then here, notary public. We are actually public notaries. See, they even switched that around. It's a public notary. So we would restate that and put public notary. And then here it says embosser or black ink rubber stamp seal. Doesn't have to be black. It actually can be blue. Blue is in commerce, it's blue. Okay. And so we just make these changes. This is called restating the document, and then you do want to go word for word through here and use your sovereign filter to take out things and put in things and so on and so forth. Okay, to validate the document, because it's not valid. Islam, thank you, nobility.
Islam, can you open for Empress Rosetta, please?
It's open.
Thank you.
So this is we've already done it by presenting the bonds, because this is the same language, the exact same. This is word for word from the bonds, word for word. So all you have to do is take your for the proof of insurance in your conveyance, just take the document, this one-page document restated, and put it in your conveyance. That way you don't have a whole stack of documents in there. Okay? Head first is what this is. Before the ancestors were going to put out a whole bunch of conveyances and just give out conveyances and have us claiming conveyances and things of that nature, we must know these things first and foremost so that we keep what we have. Okay? So with that being stated, we wanted to quickly show you that, and then we have something else really quickly that we will to show you. Islam. So yes, everyone will have to have this in your conveyances. That's part of the commercial movement.
Start packing your bags, Annie Mae. Your ass is going to be out on the street.
But we're the ones who create these. Okay. Yes.
Not going to be living on North Sky.
Islam. And listen, let me say something about this. The address is so important that people have been stating their standing or their non-standing by the address that they put on forms and documents. Let me give you an example of that. The subject that was in previously doing business as Donald Trump, the way that this is why they keep bouncing him off of ballots in their enactments, because we know they're just actors. It's not real. They don't have real offices and things of that nature. They keep bouncing them off and on the ballot by state based on the address that's on the form that they submit. They submit a form that says that they're running for president, quote unquote, in their enactment in that state, and the state looks at the form and looks at the addresses of the people who signed those forms, because there are people who sign those forms. There's a certain number of signatures that they enact. Well, the signatures have an address. If those addresses have abbreviations in them, then they know that, okay, we can use this because this is the right address. But if the addresses don't have any abbreviations in them and they spell everything out, that disqualifies them in their enactment, because they're not on the paper. They're trying to be on the land. They're trying to be the republic because of the address that's put on the form. And whose form is it? We had the opportunity to speak to someone who does Muslim funerals. And the Muslim community knows something about restating things, because the documents that they presented to the subject in the office of funeral director was a restated document. They restated the form, printed it out, restated it, and handed it to the subject in the office of funeral director. And what did he do? He showed me what he did. What he did was he then put all the information from the form into the computer the way that they state things with abbreviations and all this and that. They put it in the computer, and he said to me, he said, we don't really need this one right here. This is the one that they did. This is the form that they filled out. We don't really need this one because we made our own. So he was showing that they were revising, not restating because they're not the state. They were revising the form that the Muslims gave them because the Muslims are a separate jurisdiction. And I know that the ancestors had me all in the business for that, to see that they restate, and that's how the system was working then. And so what we've done is we've restated everything, and we can use the system to do whatever it is that we do. The ancestors are showing us also that when we do things like that, like restate forms and then send those forms and provide those forms to the subjects in the office of, that the payment that's issued can also be restated. And that's really what Delarium is all about, is we give Delarium because that's how we pay with our forms, and then they take the Delarium and restate them into U.S. quote unquote or United States money, dollars. That's a restatement. That's what the system does, not anyone else. The system will do that. The system is the exchange mechanism. So when money is being exchanged all over the place, if someone sends rupees here, the system will exchange it and put it in dollars. Our system will do that with Delarium. Put it in the form that the format that the system acknowledges. However, it must be a competent exchange. In other words, it must have the proper accompaniment. The paperwork must be right, competent. We've shown even that Securities and Exchange Commission, quote unquote, documents state that you can do a put on a contract. In other words, a put is the contract starts out in one currency and is executed in another currency. When we were doing the study on the Securities and Exchange Commission regarding Moorish sovereign Delarium, and there's a video out on the process that we did where we, because we know we're the Securities and Exchange Commission for our money. So we sent it to the proper court, which is not subjects, it's not corpses and things of that nature. We don't even talk to them. We speak to subjects in the office of regarding all things money, banking, and all of that. So the address. Now, let me say this about that address, because I see what the subjects in the office of court jesters are putting in the chat. They're calling attention to the address. So pay close attention to the address, because the address is important. On your documentation that you send, make sure that the address, everything is spelled out, everything is in blue, everything is spelled out. Don't use any abbreviations, even with the street and all of that. No abbreviations anywhere on your documentation. On our bonds, when we're bonding our domiciles and things, we spell everything out. If it's 911 Southwest 314th Place, we spell all of that out. South and West are two words, and we spell them out. And then on our Moorish Sovereign Dolari, on our affidavits, on our Moorish affidavits on Moorish government letterhead, we write that in ancient English. So we put an E on the end of South and an E on the end of West, because that's how we spell it in ancient English. So with that being stated, let's move now. This Congress is going to be just a little bit different from ones that we normally do, just a little bit different. Now that's regarding, now remember, it doesn't say car insurance, it says automobile insurance. Automobile insurance. And then on our documents, on our Moorish government letterhead, you know, when we're stating that we're insured and bonded by our conveyances and our travel and our driving, we use the word driving on our driver license, on our federal driver license, which matches our bond, which matches our insurance. So everything has to be in trust together by matching, by coming from the same authority. Okay. Now let's talk about making a payment with a check, because this is important information. And again, we want to thank Brother Isaiah for mentioning this. He mentioned it so briefly that if you in the video that he did this morning, that if you blink, you'd have missed him saying this. But he brought up a form, and this form, of course, we restate this form. But for those who, and here's another thing. Remember when we were showing how to write checks from the Treasury, how to you access, for example, your Treasury account as fiduciary. See, the only way those accounts can be accessed is as fiduciaries for the United States Treasury. And the name of the fiduciary will be the account that's accessed in the Treasury. So we'll go ahead and put this link in the chat also. So when you're, for example, if you were to write a check to a grocery store, first of all, you create your own check. That's first and foremost. We did that. We created our own check, but then when we went to demonstrate the check, we did not use magnetic ink. And so the machine could not read the check because there was no, because those machines work by magnetic ink. And so they just said the machine can't read it. It can't read it. They would have accepted it, but it can't. The machine can't read it. So what I did was I took a photo a while ago, actually, of their check acceptance process. And as I read their check acceptance process, I realized that, yes, we can create our own checks, because that's really all everyone else was doing anyway. There were corporations that would create checks, and then they would sell the check to the person, whoever it was. And when banking first started, you could only get your checks from the bank. But then as things changed, there were companies that would put pretty butterflies on the check and things of that nature. And then as things changed further, we saw business people creating their own checks at home for their business accounts, as long as it had the routing number and the account number. And then they would assign the check number because they could create as many as they wanted to create. So now we know that as fiduciaries, we can create our own checks. And in fact, we must create our own checks because it's paper. Any paper has to be restated. Any paper has to be restated for that account. So let's take a look at this document really quickly. Because if you'll remember, we restated the fiscal services document. This is the Form 232, Bureau of the Fiscal Service, which is not a thing. That's not real. So don't use these forms like this. They must be restated. U.S. Department of the Treasury, not a real thing. It's not real. Because what does U.S. stand for? If they don't write it all the way out, then you don't know what it stands for. You don't know what it means. So it can't be real. But I noticed on this document that it's using language that we talked about. It's talking about the species. It says specific power of attorney by individual for the collection of a specified check drawn on the United States Treasury. Species means exactly what it sounds like. If it's a natural living species, then the check must be natural and living also. And who creates living species? We do. We created all the gold and all the silver and all the species. We created the Moorish Sovereign Dollarium gold receipts. They are receipts for the gold that we own. And so the check must be the proper species also. And so what you would do is write a check, restate this document, and the title is not competent. This is not a competent title for this form, because an individual cannot access the Treasury. An individual cannot do that. Just by nature of that word, you must be a fiduciary for the United States in order to access the Treasury. That is why a bunch of the modern actors were doing all of this stuff, and if they got 3 feet with it, they was in jail quickly, because they're not fiduciaries to any Treasury. We must state and prove, because nobility is proven, it's not assumed. We must prove that we are Islam.
Number 5, if you go down to the instructions, it says powers of attorney need not be filed within the United States Treasury. Because we've already done it.
We've already done it. And we are the Treasury.
And we've already stated we are the power for attorney.
Yes.
For everything, for our special purpose vehicle, United States.
And that is why this process did not work for the modern ones who were trying to access accounts and all of this kind of stuff, and Treasury Direct and this, that, and the third. None of that stuff will work if you're not the proper fiduciary. And and you're not speaking to the proper Treasury.
Right. I have a question though. In my research that I was doing years ago when I was leading the post office at the USPS authorized agent where I had my mailboxes, I had came across some codes, NAICS codes, and I had leaned them, and I then didn't know exactly what they were until I was going back over my previous paperwork and restating it for the restatement of the credit from Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion, right? And then so I got to look, and I was like, let me research this. So I put it in, and a whole bunch of codes started coming up, right? And so I'm looking at this one here. It's 522210, and that's regarding credit card issuing, right? And so all these codes, essentially we've already taken control over them because of our fiduciary document that we've already done that states we have dominion over all numbers, letters, and everything in between.
Yeah, those are contract codes.
Yes, though there's something, let me see, that because when reading, it states that because every number, like 52, is dealing with a specific designation, and then the third number deals with like the more specific, and then by the time you get to the sixth one, it deals with nationality. Yeah. And so it says 0 refers to the NAICS and United States. So anything ending in 0 is a United States contract. And I found that to be very interesting regarding all of these numbers and such and codes.
And for
hey,
us,
Pauline, are you going to feel bad for being responsible for Annie Mae's eviction?
For us, where we're concerned, ours start with 0, or ought rather. Ought is actually the name of that number for us. You know, for ours they start with ought. Like the 2025923. The 2025923 number, that bond number, is actually 00202592, which makes it a 9-digit number. Islam. So I was looking at these instructions also, and I'm glad you brought up the instructions. It says here, number 2C, notwithstanding the foregoing, persons subject to military jurisdiction may acknowledge powers of attorney before officers specially designated for that purpose pursuant to law. We are not at war. That's why they put notwithstanding the foregoing. In other words, none of this other stuff matters if you're at war. We're not at war. And then here, number 3 is very important. This power of attorney is revoked by the death or incompetence of the grantor and may also be revoked by notice from the grantor to the parties concerned. Incompetence would be to fill out this form as it is and not change it. That's incompetent. Because again, individuals do not have access to a treasury. They don't have the authority to even give full discharge for the same. That must be done by a justice, a fiduciary. And all Moors are justices and fiduciaries. It must be stated on the public record and then on forms like restatements of these types of forms. On our restatement, and we'll just, I'll pull up one of the forms, the fiscal service form, power of attorney that we restated. Let me go to my forms and look that up really quickly. Our power for attorney. Let me pull that up really quickly if I can. Here it is. Just a moment. Okay, let me share my screen here. So this is what our restated sovereign power for attorney form looks like. Okay. And this we did together, basically. So this is the sovereign power for attorney for collection of checks, appropriations, and other money drawn from and for the United States Treasury. This one we keep. This one, once it's restated properly, once this one is restated properly, we would send this to whomever. For example, this will allow those at the grocery stores and other places to collect on the checks that we write from our Treasury account. Okay? It must be restated or else incompetence ensues. Okay? And revocation. In other words, you won't get any reaction. You won't get anything done. So even in these instructions, you can look the word specific. Again, we looked at that word in Black's Law Dictionary, and specific means according to the right kind and species. So a specific power of attorney which must be executed after the issuance of the check, describing the check in full as prescribed in 31 U.S.C. 3727, may be used for the endorsement and collection of any check drawn on the United States Treasury. So let's take a look at this really quickly also. (31 U.S.C.) is a section of the United States Code that regulates the assignments of claims against the United States government. An assignment is a transfer or authorization of payment for any part of a claim or an interest in the claim. Now, let me just say this too about these types of forms. We must restate them. And when we restate them, we never, ever, 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 ever delegate our authority or our power of attorney to anyone. So this language right here has to be changed. It's saying that you do hereby appoint someone as his or her attorney to receive. What we would do, and I'll just give you an example, that the undersigned, and we're going to, again, we would restate all of this. Just a moment. Just one moment really quickly. And we are so not going to spend no time worrying about that. Because again, we're not going to fill out and sign and do all of that. But as we're restating this, this is what, wait, just one moment. Let me make sure I put this the right way. Yes, does hereby appoint and you would put the city and the state as well, and spell everything out. And then as his or her, we don't appoint them, so we would remove this language right here. Let's see. As his or her, we would say the person receiving. So we would take this and say, we could actually switch these. Just a moment. Let's switch them. And put this one.
Islam, I see why you're doing that. Because
Yeah.
you're stating that your special purpose vehicle is now assigning, well, is now not assigning, but it's stating that the living Pauline Denise Ritchie can do business on behalf of the special purpose vehicle.
We're going to change the word simply because this cannot appoint anyone to do anything because this is a minor. Pauline Denise Ritchie, all capital letters, is a minor. So we would change this language and say that
Islam.
Let me just make sure. Islam.
Is you going to help out Aisha when she gets evicted?
That we get the just a moment. So we would take this out and say that is the, so it's saying that the all caps is the minor beneficiary.
I hope you know you're responsible for an 80-year-old being evicted, you dumb bitch.
Let me make it a little smaller here. Minor beneficiary for Pauline Denise Ritchie who is, and here we would just, this is where the attorney comes in at.
You're just not even going to ask her about it, are you, Pauline? You don't even.
Who is the attorney for receiving, endorsing, and collecting check number, and of course you want to spell out the word number. So let me just a moment.
Come on, Aisha, speak up and tell Paul.
Who is the attorney with power to receive
What about the brother in Detroit? Is he going to help out?
Issue? To receive, issue, and something else.
Issue.
Speak up, you fucker, in Detroit.
Endorse.
Endorse. The attorney with power to receive, issue, endorse, draw, and all other check number, and then you can put the check number there as well. Dated, and then we would do 2024, and I would take all of this other stuff, these two out, and put the date the right way. Dollars drawn on the United States Treasury. Now, is it drawn on the, it's drawn from the Treasury, not on it, but from it, in favor of ABC grocer and company, and to give full discharge for the same. So again, and it's not undersigned. We don't undersign. We don't sign under, because that's called an undertaking. An undertaking is a funeral director word. So we just take that out. And we affirm all that said attorney shall lawfully do or cause to be done by virtue hereof. So, you know, this is how we would restate this. Is the minor beneficiary for Pauline Denise Ritchie, who is the attorney with power to receive, issue, endorse, draw, etc. Okay, so this is how we restate these documents. And what we did initially, we first stated that we are the power of attorney for the Treasury itself. Okay. That's what this document is stating that our Treasury belongs to us. And this is the Bureau for Fiscal Service. And we actually could have even taken off Bureau for and could have just said we're Fiscal Service. Either way. But this is the initial one that just says that whatever we do with the Treasury, we're doing it because we have sovereign power for attorney. And we keep that one, and you could even send this one along with the other form as you begin to write checks at the different places on your account, your Treasury Direct account.
Islam. So when it comes to doing the checks, do we have to make a specific document for every account? Let's say Cisco's, Rite Aid, you know, I'm just coming up with random names for businesses and such. So we'd have to do a document specific for each location that we would write a check at?
You could generalize the document.
Okay.
You could generalize this document and just write for all checks.
Well, I'm asking because you put ABC Grocer and Company. Yeah,
I will be specifying simply because it's important. All law is specific, and that's really the purpose of this. It says specific power of attorney for specific check drawn. Mm-hmm. So they're coming down to every word that comes out of our mouths is the law. We can do an overarching specific power of attorney or power for attorney for that business. If we know we're going to go back there regularly, then our paperwork should precede us specifically addressing that business.
Mm-hmm.
You know, It is suggested that you do one for each business. But see, again, as fiduciary for such a large treasury, we're going to be doing things in terms of all, for example, when I look at things like this and I see these types of documents, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about all the Moors and all the subjects and everyone who's going to be coming. And let's say we wanted to feed everybody every Friday or feed everybody every day.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we are specifying each place. We're not just thinking about us, we're thinking about everybody, because we're looking at the whole enchilada, the whole everything. So when we do documents like this, we do it with that in mind, that, okay, at some point, very soon, we're going to have everyone who's working at wherever they're working to come and have dinner on Holy Friday. You know, other times we're going to have breakfast for everyone every day because we're all working together at whatever place we're at, so that everyone can be fed. You know, that's what we think about. We're thinking about the whole thing, and that's why we would be specific and do one for each place. For Walmart, for Safeway, for Winco, for, you know, all the different places, so that wherever we go, when we take our check, there's no issues.
Islam. Very well.
Islam.
What we're looking at, Islam.
It's kind of related, I think. I'm at the beginning documents with the location. I was wondering kind of the same thing when it comes to the corporations like USPS and USPS, the Treasury, et cetera. Are we talking to the Washington locations and then our territory, or our territory because it's already at Washington? When giving notification, initial notification of all the documents.
Definitely your territory. Because you're governing your territory. Not that you're not governing here too, because you are, but your territory is where you're going to be doing all of your, and then after a while you'll start traveling. But right now it's your territory.
Okay. Yeah.
So when we send this out, we sent this to, we would send it to 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington District of Columbia. We sent a copy there. Okay, to this one, not the other one, not the dead one, not the D.C. We sent it and we spelled it out like this. This is how we do. This is how you address the proper court, and not address but notify the proper court of what's happening. And then you know, and of course your territory. And this is the red house, not the black house, not the white house. It's red for our documentation, because see, they put a black one. But okay, everything they do is in black. Okay. Just a few small things. A statement like this, we would just change this statement to appeared in proper person, not before me, because no one is before us. We were first. Appeared in proper person, the above stated appellation or the above stated name. We can use the word name when we use the word stated first, because we've restated everything. Okay, and on these types of forms, it is a name on our that we own. On our and again, we don't fill out their forms, we restate them. That's why we can say things like that. Okay. And these forms, anything that has to do with fiscal service is always going to have a loophole, a competence or incompetence loophole in the instructions, because they already know, the system already knows, not they, the system already knows that some will try and execute or exercise these documents and not be competent to do so by turning in something that looks like this, that they did not restate. Okay. So as you're beginning to preparing to write your checks and do whatever it is that you're going to be doing, we always let people know ahead of time that we're coming. Always let them know ahead of time that we're coming. We let the system know ahead of time that we're coming. Okay, so when they talk about things like the second coming of Christ, and they say no man knows the day nor the hour, well, no man knows, but God knows. We know when we're coming, so we send ahead our documentation. Okay. Let's see. Just a moment. So are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding this this process?
Yeah, Flint, Michigan is pretty cold in January. You better think about that.
That's the one I was looking for. Any questions, comments, wisdom regarding this process?
One question.
Yes, Islam.
Islam, what is the application or the app that you're using on your computer to do that?
It's not an app. Just whenever I pull up a PDF, these icons come across the top. It came with the computer.
Okay.
So whenever I pull up a PDF, I just look at what comes across the top, and some icons should come across the top when you pull up a PDF. Islam. I had to take the time to learn to use these because I paid them no attention for a long time until I asked the ancestors, how are we supposed to restate all of this stuff? What's the quickest way to do it? And they said, like that. Islam, indeed. So are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding this process? Islam.
Justice Travis Bay, Michigan. Can that go to the state treasury as well? For the state? I got an issue where they came after me for taxes for 30 years ago. And I submitted some documents back to them with some DeLorean, but some DeLorean was greater than what they was asking for.
Right.
And I gave them instructions to credit their account. So with me going back to them, reason why I ain't received a check or anything, would this be, can I use this?
Yes.
Okay, Islam.
And also ensure that when you send things that and I know I'm sure just by what I'm hearing that you address things properly as you're sending back and forth, as things are coming back and forth, that you're addressing the proper court, because a debt from that long ago, or any debt, can be restated as a credit to you.
Islam, because of the paperwork I filed and the state has on file, the Attorney General for the state hired an outside counsel to come after me for that debt.
They're not coming after you, and they're not real.
They're strong. The But then, yeah, I understand that part, but I corrected that too as well. And I was kind of, I won't say setting them up, but I knew since they was coming for that, I had a way to put the delarium back on the record for payment because it is lawful and legal, gold back tender according to the Constitution, state and federal.
Yes.
So now I want them to correct their records on the back end, because I know when they went back to them and said, "Hey, what y'all get me into?" Because this guy knows that name is a deceit, and we can't get nothing from that, and we don't have no contracts. But he's also letting us know he is the original creditor, since we're trying to collect the debt. And so since we can pay, since bills don't have to be paid in what they quote unquote call legal tender anymore, they don't have to accept legal tender anymore, it was perfect for me to submit the delarium.
Yeah. That was the right thing to do. However, they don't have anything to give you change with. So
credited account wouldn't be what we're trying to do here? The credited account so we can use that credits?
You can. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And see, the thing is, they know they have to do it. They have to do, because the system does it. It's not even a matter of will they do it or won't they do it. They're out of the way and the system does the work. So we're not waiting, like we don't, you did the absolute right thing. All of that was correct. All of that's the right thing to do. That is how those types of claims of debt, because they're claiming it, but that hasn't been proven. It has to be decided by you. That's treaty law too. The council shall decide if there's anything going on the land. Islam Empress.
Do they? Can they go? How many years are they allowed to go back to collect taxes?
How many years can you go back and collect your credit?
Well, I looked it up in the state of Michigan. It was like 6 years, but they go way further back than that.
That's because they're not real. So what we have to do is properly rebut what it is they're claiming. They're claiming that it's debt. We must prove that it's credit.
Okay.
Just like the brother just did, Justice Malik just talked about, or Justice Travis rather, just talked about.
Okay, the other question that I wanted to ask you about was the deed of trust.
Yes.
I understand that there's supposed to be a deed of trust when you close on a mortgage, and it's supposed to be paid off at closing, but they never make you aware of that type of paperwork.
So they expect you to know to look at the tax assessor website to see the deed sitting there, because it's on the tax assessor website. So what you do is you restate that deed yourself and then prove that you have it.
And if I don't have it, can I make it up?
You're supposed to create it.
See, I didn't know that. I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking everywhere for it, and I found the place, but it's got so. Yeah, because I found the place, but it's got so much on there, it take you forever to find it.
Yeah, because it's not valid until you create it.
Okay.
It's not valid until you create it.
So then, does that mean everybody that they pass these mortgages through, we would have to? I would need to make a deed of trust for every one of them?
No, because the deed of trust is not theirs. It doesn't have anything to do with them. The deed of trust is written to you.
Okay.
The deed of trust is written to you. So I'll just pull up a deed of trust really quickly, Empress. I'm glad you asked that question because it's important that we know and for us, ours is called a trust deed.
A trust deed. Okay.
A trust deed. That's what it's called. Let me say something about that because something that the I should have known the ancestors were going to have us to talk about that because they had me to write something up regarding that. So whenever someone is enacting a foreclosure, they're trying to claim interest on something that's not theirs. The property is already yours, okay? So what you must rebut is, first, the mortgage has to be rebutted because that was corporate interest claim on your property. That's what Delarium does. It rebuts that, okay? Deeds of trust were the state, quote unquote, and the Secretary of State having an interest claim on your property. That's what deeds of trust are, Empress. So what we do is we must show, because see, whenever they do try to evict people, this is what they don't tell people, is that some evictions are because the mortgage hadn't been paid. Other evictions are a claim on the deed, a claim on the trust.
Okay.
And they don't even really care, the system, because I can't keep calling it they, because it's not people that's doing that, it's a system. The way the system honors what we're doing is when we recreate and restate all of these things. Deed of trust must be restated. That means you must create it. All you have to do is go to the tax assessor website, copy and paste what you see there, put it in red or blue. The reason I say blue, though, blue is more correct. Blue is more apropos. Not correct, but appropriate.
Sister,
okay.
Your voice was muted for about at least a minute or two.
Was it really? Empress, can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you. We never heard it.
So a deed, all of these things must be restated by us. Okay? And when we restate the trust deed, Empress, we then notify all these places, whatever corporation that or actor acting as a corporation that was trying to claim something, we notify them all that we have that the mortgage has been paid already. Because we have a proper exchange on the public record in Morris Sovereign Delarium. That's number one. Number two, with that, you must create a deed, a trust deed. And let's look at that, a trust deed, along with stating that that our property is not taxed because the taxes were a county, quote unquote, acting county sheriff claim on the land under your property. See, the fraud in that whole sheriff coming to evict people act is that the sheriff, quote unquote, was coming for the land, not the structure on the land.
Okay.
Okay, that's what they were coming for in the last era. So the land belongs to us, though.
Right.
So, and then, for those who have HOA fees, quote unquote, homeowner association fees, that's just a bunch of rogue citizens claiming interest in your property. So that's a lien, a levy, and a bond on them. City fines were the city corporation. If people didn't cut their grass or whatever, the neighbor would call the city, and the city is supposed to, issue a fine or issue a warning or something of that nature. That was their claim of interest on your property. Utility bills were private corporation interest claims on your property. And then original title is your claim on your property. So, Empress, the trust deed most likely is what they are attempting to foreclose on. That's what they're attempting. So then when you present the proper trust deed, and let's just take a look at a trust deed. Let's look at one. See the trust deed here on the screen. It says deed of trust and promissory note for real estate located in Washington. A deed of trust is a document that conveys title to real property to a trustee. So in other words, it's taking it from that higher level where nationality is, and it's saying, okay, but in the legal system, there's a trustee. Well, you're the trustee for your property. So the deed of trust goes to you. You are let me tell you who's the grantor on your deed of trust and who's the grantee. This is very important. Very important. On all of our deeds of trust or trust deeds, the grantor is, so for us, the grantor will be, guess who the grantee is?
Okay.
You see? So for you, Empress Aisha, it would be your in capitis diminutio minima is the grantor. That's at this level, at the deed of trust, at the trust level. Because, see, we busted up all trust when we put our trust in place. Our trust automatically removes all others. So that's why a trust deed is necessary. Okay? And then original title on Moorish government letterhead is also necessary. Okay? And on your on your trust deed, you are the grantor in capitis diminutio minima, which means first letter capitalized, the rest of the letters lowercase. And then the grantee, or the one that you're giving it to, is the all caps that you created from your fiduciary document.
Okay.
You see, so it's not their all caps, it's yours, not theirs. See, they're trying to collect on theirs. Theirs is not living. It's a straw. It's empty. It has nothing. It's a corpse. It's a shell. Whereas yours is not a shell. This is an ens legis. That is a creation by the state. That's what an ens legis is.
Okay.
This is a living ens legis. Okay? So it's not theirs, it's yours. And that's why you place a lien on their straw. And their straw is in black and looks a lot like this, except it's sitting in a casket.
Mm-hmm.
You see? And I'm not going to put this one in a casket because we can't grant anything to the dead. But let's look at a deed of trust that you create. It says here, a deed of trust is a document that conveys title to real property to a trustee as security for a loan until the grantor repays the lender according to terms defined in an attached promissory note. Now, let me say this about what's being said here. You're paying your own trust back.
Yeah, you're paying back your trust.
You're paying back your own trust. It says that the grantor repays the lender. Well, we're the lender and not the borrower. Okay. But our grantor is still a tool that we use.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're paying back your own trust, and your trust does not even accept fiat. That's been the problem. Okay. Your trust doesn't accept fiat. Your trust accepts gold, silver, and Moorish sovereign demarium.
Islam, one quick question that will help out this this question here by the Empress. So when we did the previous document and you was talking about groceries, right? It just dawned on me. Should we put one for the county as well? Because we do when we do the general service bonds, it was stated to put it on record at the county because that's a public place of notification. Yeah. So would we also issue a document to for checks regarding the county as well?
Yes.
For payments?
Yes.
Okay, very well.
Yes.
Gratitude. Made sense to me. So.
Yes. Knowing that we are the county and they are just there's just a system there.
So when we do that, then from my also furthering logic, then all things would be then accounted for and paid for, prepaid, and then there would be no need for any unlawful anything concerning our land. It would be no lawful evictions, no lawful seizures of any kind. Oh, so then also the Secretary for State, wouldn't they get one as well? Because the Secretary for State would be the one that would, in the past, that would dealt with land and such.
We would ask that you monitor the language and state who they really are. The subject in the office of Secretary.
Well, I was just more talking about the office, but yes, that too, the office of Secretary.
Yes.
So the Secretary, who all gets the thing once we create it?
Okay. So the ones that's pretending to be the subjects in the office of mortgage company, the subjects in the office of, and it's right here on the screen, Secretary for State, the ones in the office of county. So this is why we run everything through our King County Superior Court, through ours, because that's our court, where we're the head magistrate and we're the head justice, and you're the head justice at your county as well. So you run, those courts are very, very key and important. Okay, so you send a copy there. You also send a copy to the city, and if you choose to send a copy to the utility subjects in the office of utility bills, then go ahead and do that. Subjects in the office of city, subjects in the office of county, state, and then mortgage company. Subjects in the office of mortgage company.
Islam.
And ensure when you send it that you send it to the right address. That the addresses, that everything in the addresses is written all the way out. No abbreviation. Islam Empress.
Islam Empress. On the deed for trust, there wasn't a grantor grantee designation on the one that we looked up online, and I know that we can. Excuse me. I know that we can put it there. With that being stated, it had owner, and so we put United States for America. Is that appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. So yes. Either way, whatever we deem applicable.
As long as you are aware of who is who.
Okay. Islam.
It says
and then
here.
You record them on the public record.
When you send it to the county, it is recorded on the public record. That's recording it on the public record.
Okay.
And ensure, now this is highly suggested. It's actually the law, but it's highly suggested also that you use the government mailing process, because anytime you inject and listen, we had to do the process repeatedly until we got it right. And once we got it right, we've been flowing ever since.
Well, when I quit using abbreviations, I think mine is okay. I have sent out some and they have not come back.
That works every time, Empress. It works every time. because that is what we put on the public record. So our system acknowledges, okay, the Moore said that to spell everything out. Well, when everything is spelled out, the system will accept it. There's nobody standing there going, oh, we can't accept this, we can't accept it. There's no one, the system will do it. The system will do what it does. When we do things the way we state on the public record, we're going to do it.
Okay.
So right here on the screen, possession of real property by trustee of deed of trust to collect rents and profits. I'll just let that stay right there. And, you know, we would restate this because it's full of abbreviations and acronyms and things which we don't use. But they're trying to collect. But see, again, allocation, that means location, and appropriation is the person and the location. That's what accounting is based on. So you know who you are, and you know who your person is because of the fiduciary document. Where are you and where is the property? The property is not even in a corporation. It is on the land. That's according to the address that you put there.
Okay.
It is super important that you know that the address, wherever you say the property is going to determine whether they show up or not, because they can't show up on the land. They don't show up on the land.
Islam Empress, that takes me back. When they came at my house, they had a writ to say enter and take possession. And that's what you're saying
here. Based on the address. Yes, based on the address. We must know where we put everything. See, when they talk about the Trail of Tears and people going down this road or whatever, they're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Nobody moved. It was in the paper that all of that was enacted. Where does everyone say they are? And who are they? The heirs are at America or Al Maroc, and not or, and it's all one. We're on the land where we state that we are. This domicile is on the land. So the address removes any foreign interest in what you're doing. See, those are foreigners attempting to try and put somebody out based on where you say the property is, not them, because they don't get to say where the property is. You do. The property is not located in black ink and all capital letters written by them. The property is in blue, written by you, and stated by you. And who are you? The heir to the property, the title owner and holder, and the trustee in legal terms. Trustee is legal. Owner and title holder and title creator is lawful. You must pay your own trust back. And that's why we had to have our own money, because we can't pay our trust back with their stuff. That's their trust and their fake fiat. It's not based on anything. That's why delarium is so key and important. And everyone is encouraged to keep delarium in your possession at all times. Because just by virtue of the fact that you have it in your possession means that you're not in some foreign jurisdiction.
Islam.
And that you're not a pauper, that you're not poor. Islam.
I respect I kind of understand the notion about species with the delirium and these so-called debts. However, what's confusing me is if they know they're bankrupt and we know we don't owe it in terms of the account, we're just when we submit it, to try to solve the issue, aren't we also accepting the claim?
When you create Delarium and you pay back your own trust, you're crediting your trust. But you must know that it's your trust and not them. That is done by the words that are on the paper and your competence of those words, your understanding and overstanding of the addresses and all of that. Where are you and who are you is the point. That will cause them to step back at all times because you're not where they are. So it is our ability to understand and overstand who we are and where we are in order for all of this to work. We are living proof that it works. And there are many others, that it works, but you have to know where you are. And you also have to stop listening. Well, and I can't say stop listening because we have to rebut what's being stated or revised or claimed or whatever. But we must know who we are and know where we are. And then what we do is we put them on our land too. See, when we bring them onto the land, they have to obey. Or else they're actors. They were going to act like we owe them something because they were acting like we were on their property. But no, we must be competent to bring them back onto the land and then submit them. We don't submit to them, we submit them. That means make them submit by telling them where they are and who they are. It's a system. The system will do that for you when you know where you are and who you are. That has everything to do with what's on the paper. The addresses on the paper, who's the fiduciary, who has the authorities, who has access. We have access to our ancient treasury, which is endless. We can print up as much Delarium as we choose to print up. We must be competent to use the money. Because, see, in the last era, they didn't really teach us how to use the money. Or the fiat, rather. They didn't teach us how to use fiat. In fact, they did the opposite. They had rappers on TV making it rain like that's a good use for fiat. That's not how you use your resources. You know, so we must know and just continue to study, because the ancestors will show you. As you continue to apply yourself and study, the ancestors will show you the difference between a corpse, dead address and a living place on the land, a living location on the land. Appropriation and allocation. That's what it's all about. That's what the Constitution is about. That's what the money is about. That's what, the law is about. All of that is about appropriation, the root word being propria, which means proper person, and allocation or location, which means where are you? Who are you and where are you? So, at the lawful highest level, we are the sovereigns, we are the gods, we are all, the all. At the sovereign level, that's the lawful level right there. That's where the worlds are created. That's where everything is created there. And then at the legal level, we're the trustees, we're the fiduciaries, we're the officers, we're the highest of all offices. We're all offices, period. No one has an office that's not us. And then there's subjects in the office of, which are our subjects, who are a part of the system. Those precepts make all the difference They make all the difference. When you see things, when you see forms and documents and things, deeds of trust, we were going to look at a deed of trust. Let's see. Here's one for Snohomish. Here's a deed of trust. What's the first thing you see on the top of this deed of trust is an address. That's the first thing you see. Why is that? Can anyone state why there is an address at the top of this deed of trust by Snohomish County?
Because it's telling us we are fiction.
Yes, it's a statement of where it is.
That's right, a jurisdiction?
Yes.
Stating a jurisdiction?
Coming from the court action, because the address is a court, remember?
Yes. Yes.
So it's in their fictional venue, fictional colorable jurisdiction.
Yes.
You know it's a colorable deed,
yes,
colorable title, and the whole transaction was colorable.
Yes. How do we rebut that?
By restating it, like what we talked about. With
yes.
the proper address, the proper court, which, again, we're saying addresses are courts
yes.
as well. So
yes.
put in the proper court on the land.
Every document, Empress Aisha, that they have sent to you, I would actually take the time to restate every last one of them and make sure that the addresses are right.
Well, I sure have started putting those addresses right, you know, and not leaving anything partially written. I've begun to write everything out.
Yeah.
And I'm finding that does make a big difference. So I should take their documents, all of them, and send them back to them.
I would actually take the documents and restate them and then send the restated ones back.
Right, that's what I meant.
Yes. Oh, yes. You will shut that thing down so fast they'll stop all that acting.
Mhm.
You will stop all of that acting.
Yeah, because I was getting
document that they sent you regarding that domicile, every one of them, take the time to restate them.
Okay.
It might seem like a lot of work, but you know what, Empress? It's worth it.
It don't even bother me anymore because I've gotten into it. I you know, if I value me and myself, I have to do it.
Yeah, we all do. Yes, Empress, that's so important that you say that. The value is us.
Right.
It's. Listen, we won't have to struggle on a job somewhere where we won't have to struggle like that when we know how to do these documents. This is our job. Governing this vast estate is our job.
So what you're saying then, even if say IRS sends me a bill, I take that bill and restate it too.
Yes, and send it to them as a credit, and you being the Internal Revenue Service, not the IRS. Because when they send stuff, they do abbreviate. We don't know what that means.
Well, we're just the Internal Revenue. We are the Internal Revenue.
Yes.
And they are the Internal Revenue Service, right?
They're the IRS, and again, we don't know what ERS means.
Right.
What is that? And it's located in what? D.C. Where is that? There's no such state. There's no such city. There's no such jurisdiction. There's no such place.
Right.
And everything that's sent, you restate it and send it back with your fiduciary document.
Okay.
Everything.
Now I've got to get.
Too. I've done it. Bond and do all of that. It's on Empress. I yield.
The bond and the lien levy and the bond.
Yes.
Go with every one of them.
Not every one of them. Just whoever it is that whichever is attempting to make a claim. You notify them. But even then, you spell things all the way out when you send it, because then it'll get to the right place.
I'm finding that out.
Yes, that's true. Listen, we've had to demonstrate that. We're demonstrating everything that we're saying, and it works like a charm.
Okay.
It works like a charm. Our ancestors would not ever leave us hanging. All we have to do is will the knowledge. Will it. Don't want the knowledge. Will the knowledge.
Like, they are going way back with me, I guess, as far as 2003.
Because you have all that credit out there. You got all that credit to restate.
I know. And when I started writing it out, they sent me one really large bill because they figured out, I had figured out how to pay them off.
Yes.
Because those are 1040, those 1040Bs and 1041Bs, they are actually a money order if you make them out properly. And they will give you credit when you send them back properly.
Yes. That's what I'm saying, Empress. They don't even, there's no one there that's authorized to look at your documents and say, we don't accept these. The system will accept it when it's right.
Okay.
That's why we don't even worry about that stuff. We just correct it. We restate it and send it back.
Gotcha.
Stating that we looked at it, we know how to use it, and we send it right on back.
Okay. Okay.
It's a system, Empress. The system will honor what's correct.
All right. I'm getting it.
Empress, you got it already. We know you do. We know you do. It's a system that's talking. The documents that they send when they talking about eviction and this and that is computer generated stuff. It's a system, and the system is looking for the right thing to put in it so that it deactivates that part of the system.
So then, say I put up a court form, how do I turn it a different color?
The way that I do it, Empress, and I'm sure most computers will have these icons at the top. Whenever I pull up a PDF of any kind, there's these icons that appear up here.
Okay.
And so what I do is I use the draw option, this option right here, the draw option, put it on white to erase what they put. So I'll erase this right here, and Avenue should be spelled out, and Washington should be spelled out. I erase it, and sometimes I'll just what I do is erase it. But first, before I erase it, I'll type this. I'll type it out. Snohomish County Housing. It's the housing office, not Office of Housing. Housing Office and Community Development. And then, let's see, what is that? 3000 Rockefeller, Bellow Avenue. And see, I don't, that MS stands for mail stop, because that's what they use. So I actually have to look the acronyms up sometimes to make sure that I'm able to spell everything out. Everett, Washington, 98201. I can even put that. Now with this PDF changer option here, I can make it blue, or I can make it red, or I can make it green or black.
Okay.
Even if it was black, if it's spelled all the way out, it's still not talking about them. It's talking about us.
Okay.
Okay. And then what I'll do is, since I have the right address up there, I just remove this one. Because it's saying return it to that place, but that's a suggestion. And then I put this one and return it to this one instead of that one.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's how you get it to say what you want it to say and all of that. And make sure you send it to the right place. And they will know when they see it spelled all the way out that is high level. So the gatekeepers will know which gate you sent that to. Mm-hmm. And here it says deed of trust, grantor, Snohomish County, a political subdivision of the state of Washington. So the grantor, it can be the United States, or it can be you. However you choose to do it. There's several ways you can do it. So let's just demonstrate really quickly how the different ways that this can be done. See, Snohomish County is not even real. That's people that are acting as Snohomish County. So for us, the grantor can be it can be Pauline Ritchie. The grantee can be the United States for, I would just say United States. They listed a project here. I found that interesting. We could leave it as that, or we could say United States District Court. Okay. And then we do the legal description according to the track numbers. And again, look at how they have this no.3. So they're going to use abbreviations. We just take that out and write it all the way out. And then where it says assessor's tax parcel ID, no, we spell identification out and number out, spell that out. And then we put the information in, spell everything out. And then now I have not done this, I didn't do this deed of trust here, but I see they got some things in red already. Oh. I did not do that. However, again, and then you can put everything here the way that you see that it should be and restate. Again, they got the wrong address here and everything, Empress. So whenever they send anything about evictions and all of that stuff, they're going to have a two-letter state, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. When you correct that, that means they cannot come to your property because it's not where they said the eviction was happening at. They said the eviction was happening, for example, here at Everett, 3000 Rockefeller Avenue, MS 305, Everett, WA. That's where they said it was happening, but it's not happening there. It's happening at Washington. Mm-hmm. Okay, the property is at Washington. It's not at WA. So they can't come to Washington. They have to go to WA and evict there, which is not a place. That's not where you are. Okay. Okay. So that's all that is it's as if you picked your domicile up and put it on the land from out of the water and put it on the land. And they're still out in the water looking for a domicile out there. Because they have to stay out there. They can't come onto the land. Okay. You know.
Now, where did you get that deed of trust from?
This one, I'll put the link in the chat. This one came from Snohomish County. This is Snohomish County. And it's let's see, it's an 8-page something. But I would go through and take the time to just go through, and the grantor must sign and all of that. Let me put this link in the chat. And you can just restate this one, Empress. It's still good where you are. Okay. Because there are no borders or boundaries, and you can just change it to where you are, to the county that you're at. Okay. Yeah. And then just go through and look at the words and any words that your spirit. Because see, when I'm restating documents, I just read word for word, and whatever the spirit says to change. If a flag comes up, because I get a feeling when something's not right, I get a feeling, and the ancestors will say change that to this, change this to that. I just change it.
Right.
I just change it. And again, you're not at state of Michigan. You're at Michigan.
Michigan
State. You would take this out and put in where you are. And see, they have beneficiary in all capital letters. That's correct. Your beneficiary is like what we stated on this form right here. Pauline Denise Ritchie in all capital letters is the minor beneficiary for Pauline Denise Ritchie in Capitis Diminucio Minima. Okay.
Wow.
Empress, you got this. You got this. You got this. You got it.
All right.
You got it. We have faith in our matriarchs. We have faith, and we have faith and trust.
Good point. We can take full faith and credit is based on every state honoring each other's documents. Am I correct?
Yes, and it's
so
actually,
if there's not a lot.
It's actually full faith and trust, Empress, not full faith and credit. They changed the word. It's full faith and trust.
Okay. So what that means is if there's a law that I need and it's not in the state of Michigan, I can get it from another state and use it. Is that correct?
Anywhere, because you're restating it anyway.
Right.
And then guess what? It becomes applicable for Michigan.
You going out of here. Okay.
It does.
It's sitting there on record for somebody else to use.
Yes.
Oh my God.
So you're creating the law for your territory because you're the governor there.
All right. Got it.
We're very powerful. You're welcome, Empress. We're very powerful. Very powerful. Woo! I mean all powerful. All powerful.
So, say for an example, I got to do a document and I put down a mortgage company's name that's harassing me to get the house. Do I become that mortgage company?
You are the chief for that mortgage company, the chief executive officer.
Okay.
Just
that's really good. Yeah, that's really kind of like going to simplify it.
Yes.
Because I put myself in that position at the address at the beginning of. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Because the one that's in black with the abbreviations everywhere and all of that is bankrupt.
Right.
So how are they going to take somebody's property when you cannot contract when you're bankrupt?
That's what I'm saying, but are we supposed to go into their courts?
No, because you're the court. They don't have a court. They're bankrupt. How can they have a court if they're bankrupt?
Well, that's what I was just saying, because they were like trying to appoint Eastern Michigan Eastern Michigan Resources to help me get a lawyer. And because I refused to say that, how did I do that? I refused to say I was a United States citizen. And they refused to represent me. And I said, well, okay, if I'm not, I don't need to be in your court then.
That's true.
So I didn't go.
That's true. That's true.
It was.
You're not a U.S. anything at all. You're not a citizen anyway.
I said I'm not. I said I'm a Moor. I've already pledged my sustenance to the Moroccan government.
Yes.
And to the mowers, to our consulate posts and all that stuff. So I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you I'd be cutting my own throat.
Yeah, you would have been, proverbially speaking. So proof of that will be that you create the deed of trust. Because, see, trusts and bonds, you're not in trust with them. You're in trust with us.
Okay.
And that's why we create our own trust deeds. And when you show that you're in trust with us because you've created a trust deed that says that you're not in any abbreviated state, that you're on the land, then they're cut out.
Okay. And now when I create the deed, then do I lien it, levy it, and bond it?
You don't have to lien and levy and bond. Let me say this the right way. The bond that you created for the domicile will cover the deed. Anything at that's relative to the proper address, which is what you've demonstrated competence with the addresses. The deed should say that same address, and the bond that you created for the domicile will cover that deed.
Okay. Well,
then you'll have a bond and a trust established.
Okay. Because I still have to do the bond.
Yes.
Okay.
And with the bond, I mean, it's worth it to do all of that. The ones that were claiming to have a mortgage here, I had to spell out because they changed they use abbreviations and acronyms and initials and things of that nature. I had to look back through their history and find out what those meant and spell all of that out on the bond.
And
then we sent it forth.
Okay.
And so now what we're doing is continuing to perfect the documents regarding all of that. We're just continuing to perfect the trust deed, the title, all of that.
So are those documents out there on the Facebook somewhere like that where we could pull down the what I want to say, pull down a copy of it and fill in what we need to fill in?
We have those documents in our folder, but we will do an update on those documents in a very short while and present them here at Congress. For the domicile from start to finish.
Okay.
But in the interim, Empress, you don't have to wait for us to do that because your spirit is going to tell you how to restate. Just like we stated before, you will have all of that information when you restate the documents that they sent you.
Oh,
you
great.
already have the stuff in your possession already. All you have to do is restate it.
Okay.
That's all you got to do because that's all we're doing.
Okay. I'll figure it out. The ancestors will help me.
Yeah, well, Empress, I'll give you the simplest way to do that. And some people, I'll just say it. If, for example, if you're not as proficient on the computer to do what we just showed about restating, then go to the store and get some whiteout. You know what whiteout is? It's liquid paper, whiteout, and then write the address in properly on the document. Print them out and go through and white out and change whatever it is. Make copies of it and then send it. Where there's a will, there's a way, because again, it's still your word.
Okay.
That's the simplest, quickest way to do any of the stuff we're doing, is take a blue pen or a red pen, and some whiteout. Print the documents out. That's how we would do it if, let's say, like we were saying before, if the internet went down and we had the documents in our possession, we would just, if something came in the mail, we would white it out and write the truth.
What you need to write, okay.
And call it an affidavit, fact affidavit, because facts can't be tried in any court.
Okay.
Fact affidavit.
Oh, really?
Yes, and then autograph it in red. Yes, and write red thumbprint and make copies and keep a set of copies for yourself and send the rest back.
Okay, so if they come to me in black, then I probably could take them to Office Depot and have them transform it to red if I don't have internet.
No, you don't have to take it to Office Depot. You can, again, let's say I'm holding a document, a contract written in black.
Uh-huh.
I will get a blue pen, a blue ink pen, or a red ink pen, and some whiteout.
Okay.
And white out the places that need to be changed and put them in red. Putting the address in red is going to change the whole document.
Oh, I got you.
Because they're saying that the place is in one place, and you're saying, no, it's on the land.
Okay, got it.
That's going to change everything. It's also the opposite of that would be the fact that they corrupted things when they would put in a certain word. One word corrupted a whole document.
Okay.
Remember when we look back at some of those documents, they would have a title up there in one word, such as Department of Revenue. That's a corruption. Either it's revenue or it's not. Either it's the revenue ministry or it's not.
So we would say Department for Revenue?
You can say that. Or you can call it the revenue ministry.
Okay.
It's your department. Call it what you want. It's your ministry.
Oh, okay.
Call it what you want to call it. We affirm whatever you call it.
Gotcha.
So one word, one abbreviation would corrupt
the whole thing.
The whole thing. When I look at this thing, right, this deed of trust, quote unquote, and I'm gonna move this over and erase so we can see. Look at the corruption. This is the corruption right here. 2 letters instead of the whole thing. Corrupt the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
In the Biblios, in the Bible, it says a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump.
Yes, it does.
That's what that is. So what we do is we do the reverse of that, which is reversion of estate, and we write out. Just the address alone is going to change the nature of the document because it's proper allocation of funds.
Okay.
It's in the proper location. But then, for us, we know that every word that proceeds out of our mouth is the law. So we would just go through and just white out a few words here and write in the right ones. Our ancestors was doing it on stones.
Yeah.
They was doing it on rocks and trees.
Oh my God.
And it was the law.
So we got it much easier.
We have it much easier. That's why I'm like, we can't complain when I look at what we're really doing.
Mm-hmm.
Our ancestors are like, you all better get your butts up and get and start using the word and the power and authority we gave.
Got it. Well, thank you. I appreciate your patience.
Islam, Empress, I love you.
I love you too.
Islam. I love this work too. So, because we got this, y'all. Everybody, we got this. This is governing.
All right.
It's correcting the records. Brother Isaiah said something really interesting on his video this morning too. Maybe I better put the link to that video so everyone will know. Those who want to go back and watch his video. It was a good video, and our spirit takes all information and puts it through our sovereign filter, okay? So as you're watching, even when you're hearing us speak, put it through your sovereign filter so that your filter, so that what your filter, so that your filter agrees with what you're stating.
Okay.
Oh, let me see, where is it? It's on my other computer. This computer should be putting all of that together, but it doesn't put it together. Oh, here it is. That's one of them. This is the other one, right here. This is the one that I watched with our brother. Oops. That's a commercial, but I'll just put the link to this in the chat. The title of his video is How to Create and Write on Your Own Bond. And he didn't talk about the bond until like the last 15 minutes of the video, but he said some good things prior to that also. So if you want to go straight to the bond part of this video, here, let me put the link in the chat. And we'll put the link to it also under this video on YouTube at like Tajiri Bay channel.
So that means if I go to this one at the bottom and click on it, it'll come up.
The video will come up, yeah.
Okay. What about the bond itself? Will I be able to print it out?
This bond, are you talking about this deed of trust? Is that what you're speaking of, Empress?
Well, speaking of a bond.
Go under our bond video. There's a link to a bond there. We put to the bond there.
Okay.
And so something he said that was interesting in the video, and I can't. What did he say? He said. What did he say? What did he say? It'll come back to me in a moment. But we're all going in the same direction. We're all on the same page. All of us. Let's just keep moving. Now, some other things that I was going to bring up today. Is Justice Howard, are you here on this call? Is Justice Howard present?
He was here a minute ago.
Okay.
Yes, Islam, I'm here.
Okay. I was going to ask you, what did you all do down there at Florida Territory? Because y'all got actors quitting all over the place down there.
Well, it's the ancestors. We're behind the scenes with boots on ground among the people. And it's a lot of quiet things going on. And it's working. As you can see, they're running like bugs.
Yes.
They're resigning.
Yeah.
They don't reveal their assets or the corruption of the assets.
Yes.
And they're putting masses of people out in the streets, evicting them, etc., quote unquote. So when I say I don't mean I and I alone. Talking to the people, just giving them tidbits of things that they could use to stand.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, they don't know how to defend themselves from a law standpoint, much less a legal thing.
Yeah.
And this was Tampa and vast other areas.
Yeah.
So it's happening. It's happening. And I'm told to let people. Yes.
Elected officials quit across the state, and we know they're not real officials. They're actors. They even say they're actors. But yeah, great work down there because of a new law. Well, who's putting out law? We are. All law. That's what all law is. Great work. All of the Florida territory Moors. Islam. Islam nobility.
Okay. I had a question on the IDs.
Yes.
My name is Leander Barber, Georgia Territory.
Islam.
Me and my wife mailed some IDs out to get it, reinstated. Have you received them yet?
I have not received them yet.
Okay.
What does the tracking say? Have you checked the tracking of it?
No, there's no tracking.
Oh, there's no tracking. Okay. I'll check again tomorrow to see if it's there.
Okay. It's been over like 6 weeks since we mailed them. IDs and my driver license.
And I have not received them.
And we sent it along with gold and silver.
Yeah, I've not received it yet.
Okay.
I'll have to look. I'll have to check the mailbox tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Okay.
And yeah, I'll check it tomorrow, and then we'll discuss it on Sunday.
Okay.
Islam.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Lex Loci Ray Sitae. Empress Aisha, this is what we were talking about what they've been enacting. Because we stated that we were going to discuss this time. Lex Loci Ray Sitae. It is the law of the place where the property is situated. It is the doctrine that the law governing the transfer of title to property is dependent upon and varies with the location of the property. For the purposes of the conflict of laws. See, the conflict happens when we affirm or agree that our property is in a two-letter state. That's conflict. That's war. That's confusion. So that's why putting the proper address that removes the property and puts it on the land.
Oh, great.
Now, this process right here, this particular term, I found this term written in a book called The Great Taking. And I'm going to put, it's yes. It is exactly what it sounds like, Empress.
All right.
The book is called The Great Taking, and I think I'm going to have to the PDF. Let's see. The Great Taking. There's the audio book, and then there is the PDF of the book. I think this may be a good one. HarperCollins. Let's see. This one. Nope.
Can you still purchase it?
It's actually a free PDF online.
Okay.
I don't purchase anything.
Okay.
I taking. Oh, I spelled it. Let me spell it correctly. That might help. Here it is. PDF free download. Okay. Why is this thing talking? The Great Taking. This book, let's see if I can get it. Yeah, here's a good download of the book. Let's see. Or is it PDF download? Great Taking. Let's see if this pulls it up. David Rogers Webb. This might be the one where I got it from. Oh, well, this is the book. It's in a different format, but this is the book. Oh, here it is. This is where I got mine from. I'll put this link in the chat. Now, the Great Taking is a Fifth Amendment phrase about capitalism and Capitolium and all of that. Lex, I would like to share the first paragraph of this book with you because of what it says about, and that's relative to what we are talking about.
Okay.
Let me go to chapter 1. I would recommend reading this book because everywhere I look on the internet, the modern ones are saying that they're holding up this book because they know what's coming. And it's, again, based on proper addressing. It's that simple. Proper addressing. It's that simple.
Okay.
So let me see. Okay. This is the introduction. This is the part. This is introduction. Supreme excellence consists of breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. That's Sun Tzu. Breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. That means doing things without war. Supreme excellence is what that is. What is this book about? It's about the taking of collateral, all of it.
Okay.
All of it. The end game of this globally synchronous debt accumulation supercycle. This is, and see, they know it's coming because they're saying this is being executed by long-planned, intelligent design, the audacity and scope of which is difficult for the mind to encompass. Included are all financial assets, all money on deposit at banks, all stocks and bonds, and hence all underlying property of all public corporations, including all inventories, plant and equipment, land, mineral deposits, inventions, and intellectual property. Privately owned personal and real property financed with any amount of debt will be similarly taken, as well as will the assets of privately owned businesses which have been financed with debt. This is why we did the things that we're doing. If even partially successful, this will be the greatest conquest and subjugation in world history. Now, they're calling it subjugation, but it's not that. It is actually a transfer of wealth, so to speak, and I'm putting that term in quotes.
Okay.
It says here, we are now living within a hybrid war conducted almost entirely by deception and thus designed to achieve war aims with little energy input. It is a war of conquest directed not against other nation states, but against all of humanity. Private, closely held control of all central banks and hence of all money creation, has allowed a very few people to control all political parties, governments, the intelligence agencies, and their myriad front organizations, the armed forces, the police, major corporations, and of course the media. So when they say private, closely held control, this is what we were talking about. This is Fifth Amendment, where we said, okay, everything is public. It's not private, it's all public until we say otherwise. This is why. They had turned everything into a corporation instead of it being public and available for everyone.
Okay.
That's what that whole mask thing was about. And again, this is for all of us to hear and to absorb into our spirit and to know that property was considered collateral, and anything that has to do with debt. And that's why we're saying what we're saying and stating what we're stating about you paying back your own trusts, Moors, all Moors. This is for all of us. We pay back our own trust, not with debt, but with credit. That's how these domiciles, this property, and everything is going to be acquired. And we've already acquired it. It's already ours. Our job now is to continue to properly use our system to state what's already true. Okay? So, again, what we're doing is not new. Everyone knew this would happen. Okay? However, it's not a greedy sucking up of everything. It's not that. It's proper claiming of everything on the land. Okay. And that's why everything that we say we and all Moors. We and all Moors. And then, of course, we have our subjects who come from everywhere. So, in this book, Lex Loci Re Sitae, I want to just show you where that came from. Just a moment. Let me make this a little smaller. Let's go to page 16. This is page, I believe this is page 16. Let's see. Just a moment. There's a little bit of noise coming from one of the, here, let me, just a moment. Okay. Just a moment. Let me find the right page here. So this book is actually walking the reader through the process of legal control of collateral. Right here. Legal control of collateral. It says here, an imperative has been created that certain, that's that word certain again. Whenever they say certain, they're talking about us. Certain secured creditors must be given legally certain claims to client assets globally without exception, with the further assurance of near instantaneous cross-border mobility of legal control of such collateral. Okay. Just one moment. Let me find. Here it is. It says here, Europe has the ancient legal principle of lex re Sitae, the law where the property is situated. So where did ancient principles in Europe come from? They came from us. Because we're the only ancients at Earth. This is what they've been enacting regarding property rights to owners of securities in some jurisdictions. So the European Union, there was a convention that was presented, okay, at The Hague, because, you know, we're always talking about international law. And this convention that was presented, the European Union did not sign the convention due to the identification of problematic European law which assured property rights to the owners of securities in some jurisdictions. This is the part they didn't want to sign about, lex re Sitae. In other words, the law where the property is situated. They did not agree with that principle because they knew that we could at any time make sure that everything is on the land. That when everything is situated on the land, no one has claim but us. Rightful claim. We gave privileges to others, and privileges is something where we say, here, you can use this, and then we take it back at any time for whatever reason, or for no reason at all. So just one moment. Yeah. So this principle is why the addresses are so important. Because in this great taking, the great taking and the Fifth Amendment says that no person can be tried for a capital and the capital has everything to do with the location of the person, That's why the book is called The Great Taking, and they describe what's happening right now. Some call it a great transfer of wealth, you know, others call it, you know, whatever they call it. But this is all about the law where the property is situated. A corpse cannot come here when because this property is situated properly on the land. That's why they had to stop coming. Remember, we stated that in 2018 or 19, I think it was 2019. No, it was 2018. One of those years, we were demonstrating our status and doing the things that we were doing, and it was actually 2018. That's right, because the ancestors were giving us a push with regard to our courts. That corpses came to the door pretending to be police dressed in black, actors, and they came for 3 weeks straight, knocking on the door. 3 weeks straight, every day for 3 weeks, knocking on the door, trying to contract with us. Of course, we didn't answer it. What we did was we got up in our window and we took a photo of them and, and put it on social media and did a court action on social media. And then that court action is all of our court actions with regard to actors from the previous era are on YouTube. We've done those court actions. But once we stated that this property is not in a corporation that is on the land, the moment we did a court action, they stopped coming. So from that day forward to this day, we've been just doing court actions for everything, continuing to study and do the court action, continue to study and do the court action. And every time we speak, it's a court action. So they couldn't come and do anything.
Okay. Did they come every day?
Every day, Empress. This was in 2018. Every day.
For 6 weeks?
For 3 weeks.
3 weeks, I'm sorry. 3 weeks. Okay.
Every day. And we didn't know what to do at the time. The ancestors were trying to tell us, go ahead and just do court, do court actions, do more court. Because at that time, we had only done one court action, and we didn't publish it. We just did it. And that was like in March. I think March of 2018 was when we did our first court action. And then after that, we said, well, we're just going to study some more. And the ancestors said, you don't have time. Go ahead and do the court action. And so we called them into court. We put it up on our Facebook page that, hey, there's a court action that's going to be on this day at this time for these actors. We did a lien and a court action. And they stopped coming. The moment we put it up on Facebook with the photo of them in the driveway. In there, and we still have that photo of them in the driveway. They went around to the conveyances and they were looking at tags and everything, looking in windows of the conveyances and everything.
What?
In 2018, yes.
And you are on private property.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing, Empress. Now, this is the key to that. We had not stated the proper address at the time because we didn't know what we know now.
Okay.
But the ancestors didn't even. That wasn't even the ancestors' issue. Their issue was you should be doing court all the time. You're the court. You must prove that you're the court. And so we proved it. We proved it. We invited everyone to come to this court action. And it was our first time, our second time doing a court action. By then we had written out, the scripture for that court action.
Mm-hmm.
And we did the court action and they stopped coming. That's why I say we didn't have a choice. From our perspective, we were not going to go into their court, their fakeness. We weren't going to do that. We were going to stand and be ourselves. And I will say this, every time they came, the spirit of fear presented itself. Every time they came, the spirit of fear presented itself. And I was saying, okay, ancestors, this is not my battle. This is your battle. And they said, we're with you. But it wasn't until that third week that it became clear to me that, you know, it took that long for it to sink into my consciousness, to come from underneath my consciousness and enter into my awareness that we must do a court action on them. And from that day to this day, we've been doing court actions ever since. Ever since. That's what we did in 2021. Our ancestors they test us like that for us to know who we are and for us to not just know it, but demonstrate it. They are with us because we are our ancestors' return. But the only way that everyone, because the whole earth knows already, but they need to hear it from us. They need to hear it from us. And the only way that we know that who we really are and that everything that we do works is to work it. We have to work it. And then continue to study and know. There's some other things in this book regarding dematerialization. Now that was a lex loci re Sitae. Dematerialization is a word used in this same book that talks about how all property has been detached from all securities not created by us. All property has been detached from all securities not created by us. That means all that fake paper is no longer covering the property. Our documents cover the property. That's what dematerialization is. To rid of material elements or attributes. In other words, to be rid of the fake paper in material form. That is lex loci re Sitae. That means that whatever our documents state about where the property is, that is the truth, and that's the law for that place and that property. This book mentions things like harmonization, which is, on page 16, they talk about harmonization, which is the reformation or revision of the law. And in other words, our laws in harmony with our system. That's what restatement is. And that's why we look at the form that was out there. We look at the form, and then we restate it. It puts our statements in harmony with the system, which is our system. The law by which book entries are governed concerning collateral is the law of the jurisdiction where the relevant register, account, or centralized deposit system is located. That's another something in this book. But which brings to mind what our brother Isaiah stated in his video. He talked about how the records, that we have to validate records. And you know, for us, a record can't possibly be valid if we didn't write it. That's what restatement is all about. He made a good point about how our signatures validate records. More, that is the part and the point of restating documents. That's the point. We don't validate records that don't say the right things. And that's why I stated what I stated, Empress, about when you receive documents from them. If the quickest way, if you're not as proficient on the computers, the quickest way to actually present a valid document is to restate, to get the white out what they stated, put the right address in blue or red, make a copy of it and send it back, and go through the document word for word and white out things that don't. Because, see, when you use your signature to validate a record, the record must be competent or else there's consequences to pay. So we just don't validate any of their records. We look at them and then we change everything. We change it because it's incompetent. It's not competent for the sovereigns. They cannot write a competent document or record. That's the same thing with the titles and the deeds. They can't do that. They don't know how.
And what if they give you the record back when you take it back in?
Has it been restated? Has it been restated? It must.
No, I was just wondering if, say, for instance, I restated one and took it back and they didn't receive it. Well, where should I go from there?
When they don't receive it, that means that it's actually for your records. And here's the thing. They did receive it if the mail took it to them. They're still held accountable.
Okay.
That's just like if they mail a eviction letter and you don't get it, do they still act like you're still held accountable for that?
Yeah.
They act like you are because they know the rules. When we send it, they're held accountable.
Okay. But what if I went in person to take it?
They're still held accountable. Okay. And see, when we go in person, and that's why I don't. I've done it many times. I don't talk to them when I go in person.
Mm-hmm.
I just put it on the counter and walk out.
Okay.
They can't not take something that's on the counter. Just think about it. When we were in the corporate world, if someone came and put something on the counter, we didn't just get up and leave it there.
Mm-hmm.
What did they have us trained to do? If someone came and put something on our desk or on the counter in our workplace, what were we trained to do with that?
Take it, either take it or take it to the manager?
Yes.
Right.
We've done that so many times it's not even funny.
Okay.
Take and whatever documents, sometimes, like once I even have photos of me taking some documents and taping them to the employee entrance at the quote unquote police station at City of Federal Way, quote unquote. Because that's the entrance. That's how they get how they were getting into the building. So I just taped the lien up there on the door. I knew somebody was going to get it because there was no reason to go into the front because there's the court is there. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to ensure because the lien was directed to actors acting as police.
Okay.
So we just took a picture of us doing that as proof of delivery. Now, we don't encourage people to do things like that because when you can just mail it. But this was probably 3 years ago that I did that, about 3 years ago. But, we were going to demonstrate because in our thinking, we were thinking, well, we're the postmaster. The postmaster is supposed to deliver the mail. That's what we were thinking at the time. And that's true. The postmaster delivers the mail. Okay, I'll deliver the mail. So it's, where is the place situated? Where is it situated? Now, if I wanted to validate them as being subjects in the office of, I could send something to a 2-letter state. But why? Why? They're actors. Why would I do that? We're the real police. We're the real law enforcement. We're the real mortgage companies. We're the real corporations. We're the real Microsoft. We're the real Apple, Nike, Under Armour, courthouse, county, city, state, federal. We're all of that. Okay. So, we have willed it to be that we speak to each other and subjects who are being in their proper person, because we're speaking to the living and not the dead. Now, at some point, and I can almost see this coming, so I'm gonna hold off on saying it, but it was important for us to establish and state the law regarding who we are first. Then we can do all of these other things, So we establish that we're on the land, lex, loci, res, sitae. Then we establish that all property and everything has our paper over it, our covering, our protection, our claims, our trust, our bonds on them. So I would encourage you to take a moment to read that book. And also know that there is no scarcity on our land. No scarcity. And the properties and the domiciles and the conveyances and all of that stuff is in such abundance on our land that we have no worries. No worries. Okay. It is our job to properly state where everything is. That's our job. Period. So with that being stated, I had there's something on page 27 of this book called Collateral Management Systems. It talks about collateral management systems. That is what the legal system is. It is a collateral management system. And it's called collateral because it's a relationship between the public and the private, the government and the people. That's why it's called collateral, not the living and the dead. That's not a collateral relationship. Okay. So in this book, page 27, one final thing that is actually proof that they know who we are. This is collateral management. Let's see. And again, we don't agree with everything that's in the book, just so that we're clear about that. But here, comprehensive collateral management systems have been implemented which assure the transport of all securities cross-border through the mandated linkage of CSDs to ISDs, don't worry about that, where the risk of the derivatives complex is concentrated. When they talk about cross-border securities, all they're talking about is moving things from the dead to the living, except it's not a dead, it's not necessarily that. That's a bit of an incompetent phrase. This domicile, there was a claim that it was at WA, at Federal Way WA. Well, cross-border security is one that's created over here on our side, on the side of the living, that says that this domicile is at Washington, Federal Way, Washington. Okay. Just a moment, let me pull up. This book talks a lot about the largest secured creditors and the anointed creditors and so on and so forth. So it's definitely worth reading. Let's see, do we have... Just a moment. Just a moment. Okay, I won't spend any more time here, but the book is worth reading because again, they do know that we're here. Are there any questions, comments, or wisdom regarding exactly why we've done the things that we've done? Any questions, comments, wisdom? Islam Empress.
To a certain degree, I do have something to add to that. Not quite exactly to the subject, but I don't know if you've been, or have you seen, what is his name, Dane Calloway's videos. You know, he basically, to a certain degree, I enjoy watching his videos because he is bringing people's awareness to the fact that this is, our land. But in recent times, in a recent video I was watching, I was a little bit disheartened, and so I kind of stopped watching it, but I did record it, and I have it to look at a later date because he's a researcher to a certain degree, but he is steering people away from a Moorish view. And he doesn't seem as if he is knowledgeable of the Moorish view or Moorish information and knowledge, but based on whatever, I don't know if I should call it surface research that he did, he's steering people away. He's saying, no, that's not your history. We have nothing to do with that. That's from over there. And so, and he does have a large subscription of viewers, And so I don't know, that may be a very bad thing for many of our people.
Mm-mm. It's not a bad thing for us, only because the Spirit is going to lead those. Ultimately, everyone is going to have to declare who they really are, ultimately. Everyone. So I'll say this about, first and foremost, we honor the work that Brother Dane Calloway does, because he's more mainstream. And when we say more mainstream, he's saying things that those that are that thinks that they're Negro, Black, colored, and African American, it's a bit of a wake up for them. He's giving them just enough information to at least have them thinking about something's not right, and that is necessary. We, on the other hand, are way ahead of the curve in terms of how the nationals do things and how to see. We must blaze the trail for them to come out of that system and have a way for them. Because see, he can see that the money system. I was listening to one of his videos, and I just listened to a brief snippet of it. Our ancestors know how to direct us right to whatever it is that's necessary for us to hear. And in this little snippet of his video, this was probably about a month ago, he was saying that the money system was corrupt and that they're never going to get ahead unless they come up with a new money system. And I thought, brother, we got you already. We already got you. He can lead people away from more science if he chooses to, but everything, all roads lead to us. I don't care what you're studying, all roads lead to us. But that's kind of like anything else out there. There are some who claim Moorish nationality who were not competent enough to demonstrate that, so they started trying to sell it and things like that, which is that's like an oxymoron, to try and collect fiat on more science information. And so some of that has turned people off, and they watch how people react. And let me tell you this: anything where people think, "Ooh, if you do that, you're going to jail," anything like that is going to do exactly what it's designed to do: scare the scary. It's going to scare the scary. Well, that's the point. The point of all of this is, who are we? Are we bold? Can we see beyond the fear to get to the truth? Because we all know that fear was used as a tool. We know that. So in our minds, and this is what I love about even some that I know, and particularly my brothers, my biological brothers, who I have 6 brothers, and 2 are wide awake, and one and the others are waking up. But the one, anything that invokes the feeling of fear in this one brother that I have, my younger brother Keith, anything that invokes fear in him, he's going to go to it and find out why am I scared of that? I shouldn't be, because somebody somewhere did it. Why am I scared of it? Why is that programming come? Because he knows he's been programmed. So anything that challenges, some are not going to want to go that way, not knowing that that's not a stopper. They're going to be challenged anyway. The challenges are coming. It's called the Great Tribulation. And the Great Tribulation is individual to each of us. And once you get to a certain point where fear is concerned, then it doesn't feel like a tribulation anymore. You're just like, okay, what do we do next?
One point I wanted to add is that he was attributing the Moorish concept to just being a religion.
And we know that that's not true.
All right.
We know that it's the law. We see that quite often where they, I'll say this. The modern ones feel comfortable when they see people treating it as a religion. They feel comfortable. That makes them comfortable. Why? Because they don't have to obey a religion because they're Christians. They're devoted to Christianity, which they should be. But when it becomes the law for the land, not even religion is going to get you around that. So, everyone is in the Biblios. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. Everyone will state who they really are. Here's the thing about that too, Empress, and everyone. What's the one thing that got everybody that had everybody under contract? No matter what they claim, you can claim Christianity, you can claim Muslim, you can claim whatever you want to claim. But if you were still floating those green contracts, they didn't care what you claimed. They had you anyway. Well, that's no different now. Lawful money and legal tender. Period. It's going to be that. No matter, and we don't even care what you claim. We don't care what you claim. But the money is going to be real that you use. It's going to be real. So then, does it matter what you're claiming if it's real money? And then, as gold and silver and more sovereign dollarium circulate, people's frequency is going to go up just because of the nature of the money and the laws that come with it. Can you imagine how many that think they're black are going to wake up when they see more sovereign dollarium being given out at banks with people that look like them on it? They're going to wonder, who are these people? And that alone is going to wake up everybody. But they'll be awakened before that, even before that.
Can I add something else too?
Sure, Islam, Empress.
Yeah, and thank you for posting that video a couple weeks ago with what is her name, Kim, because I'd seen that video I think back a couple of years ago when she was posting them, and the thing is, I didn't realize that. I guess I had an inclination, but I didn't have any confirmation because I'd lost track of her videos on my old phone. But that video reminded me and made the connection that Henderson, because she mentioned the word, because I watched the video and she mentioned the word index, and I know he used the word index a lot as far as what he wants people to do in order to be under the protection, of the International World Court that he's over. So I realized, okay, so he's working with her. But then, so he's like split too, kind of like how Dane is in a sense, because he's supposed to be protecting, because he has lineage in like a large portion of Texas. And so he's supposed to be like protecting the 5 original nations of this land, and he's basically saying, okay, he want to get rid of the invaders, to a certain degree. And, he wants, he's like promoting, like bringing on like some form of a battle of some sort. But
form of what?
Some form of a battle.
Yeah, no.
International, more or less, because he's like, basically people are coming here and they're coming for blood, more or less. But and so so he's offering that indexing thing more of like what do you call it? Do not detain, or sort of something like a protection to a certain degree. So if you are indexed and you're
so
basically.
Let me just say this about that. Indexing and registration is the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not being derogatory about his work, but there will be no war on the land, but there will be war in the corpse dead world. Mm-hmm. They're at war right now. Because that's all they do.
Right.
And so we stated this in our last Congress, or maybe the Congress prior to the last one. Mm-hmm. Anyone claiming war, you will get war, but it won't be on the land. That means that your jurisdiction is different from the land jurisdiction if you're going to be warring. See, those that come here, the ones that come on our land are subjects. The ones that come to the courts are actors. And so anybody thinking that there's going to be war, that means you're in a different jurisdiction from ours, because we've declared peace on the land. And I will say this about our declaration and proclamation of peace. We feel it. We're not at war, and no war has come, because it's not going to come. Each and every one of us who does not war, because see, really, ultimately, the war is within. If you have a war, it's within first, because that means you don't know who you are. If you feel like you have to war, you don't know who you are. Why would we war against our subjects? Why? There's no need to do that. They must be seen as who they really are through eyes that know who we really are. And that's how we know there's no war. We know that because we know who we are. Who would we fight with? And now our what we're doing now is familiarizing ourselves with our system that keeps track of all the things we own. This year will be a great year for that demonstration. It's going to be a great year for that demonstration. We will demonstrate, as we've been doing, that everything already belongs to us. But see, our ancestors are not incompetent enough to give us things and have us fighting over it. They were not going to give it. No, if we were going to fight. But we have proclaimed peace because we are peace. And the ancestors are giving us all the keys, and we're taking them. We're accepting the keys from them. Because they know we're not going to war. The only time people war is when they say, oh, these foreigners are coming here. There are no foreigners on our land. They're all either us or subjects, period. That's kind of like racism and discrimination, and I'm glad you brought that up, Empress, because that's a great segue to some information that I put together briefly about discrimination and race, because we know there's no such thing as race. Either you are of the ancient, original, indigenous bloodline, or you are not. Discrimination in the sale or rental of housing. Does anyone know what the word discrimination means? Because, see, we hear people talking about race. Because, see, that's who he's talking about battling with, is based on race and discrimination and all of that. And I'm not saying he's discriminatory. I'm saying that he sees someone as different from him coming here, taking things. And that's not really what's happening. Does anyone know what the word discrimination means?
Islam.
Islam.
What I see is the word nation, and I see crime in this in the word. So I don't know if that means anything, but that's what I see.
Now you know it does, Empress. The root word of the word is crime.
Yeah.
It's crime. This crime, nation. See, they keep pushing the race narrative because they know that to even claim that is a crime.
Islam, I see something different, sort of.
Islam.
Islam, DI, separate into this, make criminal, separate into make criminal of one, separating from a nation.
Yes. That's a good breakdown of that word etymologically. Yes, that's the point of all of what we're stating. They talked about here discrimination in the sale or rental of housing and other prohibited spaces. Discriminate. Now, the first word they put there is to divide. But then the next word is distinguish. That means you can see. If you can distinguish, that means you can see. And it's from the word discrimin, which is a division, a distinction, an interval, that means a break, a space, from this, which means apart, and crimen, a verdict or a judgment. Apart from judgment. Well, who in the consular court was supposed to be judging anyway? Who was supposed to be doing that? To observe the difference between, to select from others.
Islam, just the Moors.
Yes. That's who was supposed to be judging. Now, Islam, Empress.
And that's in the word, nation.
Yes. The nation that does not judge is committing a crime. And here, to constitute a difference between. Now you're talking about a constitution. And see, this word was meant, in the programming, that was a bad word. You discriminating. You're discriminating. You're judging. You're being the court. And here, discriminate, to see the difference between things like the living and the dead. We're supposed to discriminate between the living and the dead. That's what this is all about. We're supposed to discriminate between the addresses. To make distinctions in treatment, you better believe it. To show partiality in favor of, or to prejudge against. Because that's what prejudice is, it's prejudgment. When we see the dead, it's against the dead and in favor of the living. Favor ain't fair. That's what they said in the church, didn't they? Discriminating, able to make or see fine distinctions. Is that a good thing or a bad thing to be able to see? Because, see, vaccines were made to inoculate. That means make your ocular muscle, which is your eye, not work right.
Oh, my God. Mm-hmm. Islam, which is inoculation, are the jokes that they were flashing around trying to get into people's arms.
Yes.
The word vaccine is inoculate.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. That means to make it so that you cannot see.
Right. To make you what and who you are not. To change, to revenue.
Yes.
I mean, as you break this down, I see the same corruption with diversity.
Yes.
Same thing.
Oh, yes, it is. That means forked tongue.
Exactly.
That means saying words that sound the same but is different. Dead letter homonyms.
Connotative as opposed to denotative.
Yes.
But they sound the same. It's the same music.
Yes.
But the different frequency.
And then here, discriminated is the state of being set apart. Well, doesn't the Biblio say, come out from among them and be ye separate? It says that. It says, come out of her, the false mother. And then this statement right here, there is a reverence to be showed them on the account of their discrimination from other places. That means you don't just go anywhere and do anything. You state first everything and send your documentation ahead of you, because you're not going to the courts, you're going to your court. See, any fake courts can be turned into real ones when we send things ahead of us and then show up and start judging.
Islam, what I see when you state that is the opening of the way.
Yes, Empress, that's how it's going to happen. That's how it's happening.
That's how it's happening. I mean, I've seen it myself.
Yes.
Yes.
So for those, we're talking about the buildings and the structures and things. This is the way. This is the way.
Way is a financial term. It's a money term. Way.
Yes. 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 Reverence to be showed them on account of their discrimination from other places. So, Empress, I'm glad you said that too, Empress Shasha, because I was even thinking to myself and asking the ancestors, how do we go to the courts and the buildings and things? How do we do that? They said, this is how you do it. You state where you're going before you get there. And when you get there, you do what you're supposed to do, which is always to provide justice and judgment. Judgment and justice. Asking right out the door, what is your name? What is your name? Do you understand so and so and so and so? And we're not unpleasant, and that's something that the ancestors are granting me in terms of the knowing of it, is that we don't necessarily have to be as stern about it, but we do have to stay on our square. Yeah. So that was the purpose of the demonstration that I did a couple of weeks ago that I shared with you all, where I went out to the different places and did court actions on the restaurants and the different places just to get the information. I asked plenty of questions, And they were just talking. They were just yakking and yakking and yakking, not realizing what was really going on. But you know what? They did everything that they were supposed to do based on our authority. Everything. All of the information that they answered every question.
Islam. As you state that, what comes to mind is when you have children or when you have a baby, particularly new moms, they're nervous and everything. When you have a baby, your energy, the confidence that's within you as the mother,
yes.
When you're confident that baby is just in harmony and everything's in harmony, when you're out of alignment, whether it be fear or you're not fully, you're not fully cognizant of what it is that you're doing.
Yes.
So that's where, when, for instance, the demonstration that you did, everyone was, because you were in harmony.
Yes.
So everyone was brought into harmony with you because you walked in there completely authentic, competent, everything. And
yes.
So, yeah.
That matters.
Absolutely.
It matters. And then even if we make a little misstep or whatever, just pull yourself right on back in and keep going.
That's it. Yes.
Don't be afraid to make a mistake, because there is no such thing.
There's no, because it's a step to where you're going. I used to take piano lessons many years ago, and one of the things the teacher was to get to that place of what was it? Competent or unconscious competence. Let me think about that exactly. But what it was,
I like that.
When you make a mistake, in the beginning you make a mistake and you get all twisted up and suddenly everything goes wrong. But you get to that point where your finger went in the wrong place, you made a mistake, but it just bounces within you. You sort of say, oops, and carry on. Nobody would know, and you did not disturb yourself by getting caught up in that misnote.
Yes.
So that's what you're stating, actually, when you say, we just...
And that comes by repetition.
That practice. What do we have to do? You have to practice your piano. You have to, and that's repetition.
Yes.
Keep keeping that record.
Yes. As I went to each different restaurant, and even now when we go, I do the same thing. I just do it just in regular. It's
automatic. You're being yourself. I mean, you're always being yourself, but it's automatic. That action is part of your repertoire now.
Yes. There has been a time where I didn't do it, and my spirit was like, wait a minute. And it was just a regular, going to the store and coming back, but my spirit was like you could have done a little something there, Let me just keep going with this, because this is so important. This reverence to be showed them on account of their discrimination from other places. This is a pure description of what happens when we continue to do things the right way. Continue to do them. Favoritism in treatment. We're the ones who determine how others treat us. By what we do. By what we do. Look at the synonyms. For this word here, discrimination. Look at the synonyms for it. Discernment. Penetration. That's a financial term and a sex or intimacy term.
Mm-hmm.
Clearness. Acuteness, acumen, judgment, distinction. None of those words are bad.
None.
They're all great and necessary. Discriminative, marked by, or observing judgment. Anytime you see the word discriminate, you can just substitute that word for judgment or discernment or clearness, clarity. See, what we're doing is clarity for the whole earth on who's who and what's what. We don't hate subjects, nor are we cruel and unusual taskmasters, but we do discern. We do state the difference. We distinguish. And setting apart on this vast estate does not mean apart as in, see the way they have this word set apart? They have it as one word, but we separate those two. That's two words. Set apart. It's okay to set apart. This part is the part of the estate for the subjects. This part is the part of the estate for the heirs. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, we should do that. One thing I love about Al-Marak or America is that we have everyone come. Anyone who wants to come here can come. Let me tell you why I have grown to love it, because I didn't love it when I first nationalized. I didn't love that. I was like, get them all out of here. They got to go. But think about this, Morris. Because we said everyone can come here, that one caveat or that one statement, when people were coming here, it left a pathway for us to go there and still govern. All they did was they came here, and when reversion of the state happens, we can go anywhere at earth and still govern. That is why the U.S. actors were able to just go wherever and start bombing and doing whatever and all types of craziness, because there was a pathway made, but it was enacted. Not made, but enacted. Well, when subjects come here, the long arm of the law says that if something is going on, we can reach way over to the other part. We can go to Australia or Germany or Europe, any parts of Europe, and reach over there and govern. Why? Because they're all here. We have at least one of everybody here. And in most cases, many of others here. Yes, we are who we are. Another word that, by the way, Empress Angel, thank you for bringing up the root word of the word discriminate, because we pulled that up too. Crime, the word crime. Guess what it means? Come on. Mm-hmm. And when they accuse you of a crime, it's because you were not judging. You didn't decide.
Makes so much. I mean,
wow.
Decision. There's always a decision that must be made.
Yes. Choose ye this day whom ye will serve.
Yes.
Cannot be lukewarm.
Nope.
You got to be spewed out the mouth, hot or cold.
And that's why we stated what we stated about even our brother Dane Calloway and many others who, right now they're having some discomfort with what they view or perceive as Moors and Moorishness. From what I heard you say, Empress, about that, it appears that his map, he thinks Moors came from over there, like they wanted you to think that we from someplace else, that we're from someplace else when we're not. We're from here, and that there's no difference between here and there. Look at this: to decide or to judge. But since we were acting as if we weren't going to decide or judge, then it became an act committed in violation of the law.
Mm-hmm.
Prohibiting it, or omitted in violation of a law ordering it. What they're saying is the law didn't order that.
Mm-mm. The law is sovereign by itself. Yeah. So how could something sovereign order, something, that's opposite of that? It just doesn't do it.
And then it says crimes are variously punishable by death, imprisonment, or the imposition of certain fines or restrictions. Imposition, that's a jurisdiction word. That means they position it over here or revenue it over here instead of over there, instead of on the land.
And that the punishable by death sounds like treason when against the people.
Well, when ignorance of the law is no excuse though. So punishable by death means capitalizing the name of a corpse and saying that's you. That is called commercial death. Capitalism is commercial death when done. Any type of commerce is death when done by the dead.
Oh, there goes the word treason in the second example. Yes. Extreme violation of laws, wrongdoing of a criminal nature, a felony, or treason. There you go. Which affects the whole public and not just the rights of an individual, distinguished from misdemeanor.
Yes. The whole public. Now, let me say this about that. There was no public in the enactment of the last era. Everything was a corpse in the enactment.
Speaking of, if I may, because I was, having conversations and meditating on things, and I saw a post on Instagram, and this troglodyte subject was reading lists of names of states that the capitals had closed, and it was 23 of them that he had stated, and he had mentioned most of the M states and New York and a few others, and then I got to thinking that these so-called corporate states, how they enlist and or contract policy enforcers, which are civil public servants. And I'm saying, when we restated that document last Congress, last Thursday, to me, that made everything public, right? And then so that means essentially no public of anything can protect private commercial entities anymore. So that means like the enactment of a commercial private, let's say, because the enactment of the people who were selling hair in these stores and calling the policy enforcers on the sisters and stating that she stole something, right? That's a private company calling a public policy enforcer on their private matter. So policy enforcers can't protect private anything anymore. They're for the public.
So that was the actual mixed up. That was the fraud. That was the fraud. If they could arrest you, that means that they had decided that you too were a corpse. unless you prove otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So they did not discriminate where corpses were concerned. And that's why we did the demonstration that we did, where for 10 days we judged. For 10 days straight, we judged and judged and judged and judged, and they couldn't move. 10 days straight, we judged and judged and judged. So they couldn't slap a crime on the sovereigns. When we did the POW demonstration in 2017, they were calling a crime. They were saying that there was crimes, and they issued a misdemeanor ticket and some craziness like that. And I just kept thinking to myself, why does she keep saying crime? Why does she keep saying crime? It's a ticket. Yeah, I'm behind. I was behind bars at the time. But why? It's not a crime. But our ancestors knew what they were doing. And the only way that I even got out of that test, because it was just a test, after 25 days, was I decided, and I stated that I decided. So, listen, we must judge at all times, or risk felony or treason or crime or being accused of that. Look at this extreme violation of the law. Wrongdoing of a criminal nature. And felony, again, we know what that word means. Felony is this. That means that someone capitulated, or there's the appearance of capitulation in the enactment. That's what a felony is for us. Why? Because we are to judge. And this is why our courts work. This is why they couldn't keep coming knocking on the door after I did a court action in 2018. I was not getting on my knees. I wasn't. So I was like, okay, ancestors, y'all gonna have to tell me what to do or something. And they said, okay, do this. We did it. And look at this. An offense against morality, sin, the acts of criminals, habitual violation of the law. Whenever I'm looking up words, I tend to look at other words around that word. And I looked at this, the Crimean War. It was a war over the domination of Southeastern Europe. It was about dominion, right before 1871. It was about dominion over the subjects. And who are the subjects and who are the heirs? Criminal, someone who is at fault or a crime or a fault, not someone, but a crime or a fault. Having the nature of a crime. They're talking about nationalization. And for us, it's always nationality. And then here, criminal.
Islam, can you go back to what you just was reading, having a nature of a crime? Mm-hmm. How could a living people have a nature of a crime?
We can't.
Exactly. So that doesn't even apply to us.
Yeah.
So a war can never be a criminal.
Never, 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 never. Because look at it. Criminal, one who has committed a crime, one who has been legally convicted of crime. This, whenever you see the word legal, it's about the system. We don't fit into that dead system from the last era. We fit into our system. And when I say we, our person fits into the system. Criminalist and authority in law. Criminality pertaining to crime. I didn't even know this was a word. Criminaloid. Having a tendency to crime. Now, criminate, to condemn, to censor, to accuse. Because, you know, they talk about don't incriminate yourself. Don't accuse yourself of a crime. Incriminate and discriminate are similar.
Islam, criminate is actually the opposite of discriminate.
It is. It is. To give proof of the guilt of. And see, they put the word to incriminate here. Oops. Yeah, to incriminate here. Our municipal laws do not require the offender to plead guilty or criminate himself. You know what? This right here is status that determines whether you criminate or not, or whether you discriminate or not. Status. Yeah. It's all about the status. So now we know that it's about judging. Crime is about who's doing the judging. Discrimination, who's doing the judging.
And that's why in the other era, they were the criminals.
Yes. Yes. Yep. And that's why they kept wanting you to claim black as a race.
Correct.
And see, these nuances and these etymological jewels that we all can see is what our brothers and sisters that are slowly waking up, eventually they'll get to this point. Where even, listen, even when you use the word more, when they do the study on that word and they start thinking about admiralty and maritime law and equity and law and things of that nature, the word more is going to resonate with them.
And land.
Yes, an inheritance.
And, yeah.
That word more is going to resonate with them. Because when you say you're going to moor it to the land, and it can go out as far as it wants to go because it's moored to the land. So it can be on peaceful waters. It's going to make sense to them that, oh, more is the key on keeping possession of things and not being lost at sea. That word, more, and the different spellings in the different languages and all of that, of the word more, is enough to make anyone who knows etymology or who's waking up or who's learning about who they are, just knowing what the word means, they will want to identify properly.
And you Islam, as you say more, and I hear the word anchor. And anchor is ankh, the ankh, the life, symbol of life, and ore is again its land, its gold, it's so.
And in the church we always sung, our anchor holds and grips the solid rock. They had us singing about ourselves the whole time.
I have goosebumps, actually. I mean, I've never heard that song before, but you sang it, and it's like, I saw the vision right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I think about all those songs, we were singing about ourselves the whole time.
You know, I've been thinking, because there are some songs that are just so beautiful and I just so love to sing. And I've really been thinking about, you know, with this knowledge now and how to put them together.
Yes.
Come together.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying? And sharing, but it's and the explanations and just that sound. Let me just add, if I may, before when you were talking about revenue and the document, and you took off the re. Well, I suddenly saw revenue as rev, new, which is rev is dream in French. But in Old English, it actually means a joyful noise, joy, music, and then new, of course. So we are in our revenuing, revenue. It's the dream, because they taught us the American dream, but that was the fraud in the dead world. But the real dream is the joy and the music and the abundance, which is what we are now remembering and reclaiming and retaking and
well, you know, Empress, when they said American dream, we should have known somebody was asleep. Because in order for you to dream, you got to be asleep, so to speak.
And it's so interesting that in the French, it's sleep. But as I said, in the Old English, it actually was party. And not party like, you know, but joy, music, everything that we are. Because even as in this congressional, everything that you are stating is, I'm seeing and hearing the musical tone.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything from key to harmony to the instrument to record is to record. Instruments have chords. I mean, it's just, and so it's music. It's
umbilical cord, record.
Record. It's the sound.
Back to nativity, nationality, back to mother.
That's it. Everything. It's right there. And we are the orchestra.
Ooh, listen. The number one angel in heaven had instruments built into his body, and he would sing. He fell, but he would sing. He would sing, and the whole earth would be quiet while he was singing. They would listen. He had something similar to an organ and chords. Remember, that's why most of us can sing. Most of us are musically inclined.
We are full of organs. We are organs.
Believe it and know it. It's truth.
Know this. I mean,
truth.
What is the avatar is the resonator. I mean,
yes.
And the pitch is upon, the word is on the pitch, which determines your song. And what do you pitch? You pitch boats to make them waterproof. I mean,
and the pitch of your word.
And the pitch of your word. That's exactly.
And the tone.
And the tone. And every pitch has a particular frequency and resonance and resonates with a different organ within you. And based upon also.
Did you all know that Aish is going to get evicted?
Go ahead, Empress.
When you're born, your zodiac sign, the pitches will resonate in different organs. That's the orchestra. That's the music. That's
our signs determine what frequency we wake up at. Our signs determine that.
Where the bell rings.
Yes. It determines when we first wake up what frequency we wake up at.
None of your sovereign citizen theory.
It's absolutely, it's right there.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? Now that I think about it, that's why the subjects in the office of court jester are so loud and brash and abrasive in their tone.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a lower frequency. That's a low frequency right there. That frequency right there is it's like scratching down the chalkboard.
Yeah, the nails on the chalkboard. Exactly.
Yeah. So, with that being stated, we will. Okay. I don't know. With that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding anything that we've spoken about? Even with regard to this USC code right here, discrimination in the sale or rental of housing and other prohibited practices. If the practice is prohibited, why is there a code about it?
Exactly.
If it's prohibited, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, we will meet again on Sunday at 6 p.m. And again, thank you for those who came on this past Sunday, even though we had stated that we were not meeting this past Sunday. So there was no Congress scheduled this past Sunday. So we ended up just clearing the platform because we signed on to the platform around 4 or an hour after it was supposed to start, and they were in full-blown session. And so we just cleared the platform because we didn't have a meeting planned for that day. So we will meet this Sunday. And if there be nothing further, peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam, peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Grand rising.
Islam. Islam. You're welcome. Thank you.
Peace and gratitude.
Islam. Thank you.
Thank
you. Islam. Indeed.
Peace and grand rising.
Peace and grand rising ability.
Islam.
Islam. Islam Empress.
One love to all.
One love, Empress. Indeed. Islam. We will adjourn in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Islam.